Hello, and welcome to the JungFaha channel. We're going to be going live here shortly for listening to ZigZigglar. See you at the top, the 25th anniversary edition. For those on Discord, no worries. The volume for Discord is off, so you guys won't be heard. I will be stepping away, and this will be pretty much just playing on its own.
Brian Tracy. For over 3 decades now, it's been my pleasure to be associated with the wonderfully talented.
Seems I've got to somehow ensure that the sound is actually working.
This is Audible. Hello,
Yeah, it's not working.
this is Brian Tracy. For over
Hmm. Well, that's not cool.
this is Audible. Hello, this is Brian Tracy. For over 3 decades now, it's been my pleasure to be associated with the wonderfully talented master motivator, the great Zig Ziglar. You know, Zig has thrilled people the world over and showed them how they can reach the pinnacle of their lives, reach the top, so to say, and overcome any obstacles that come their way. Now, Nightingale Conant is proud to bring you the 25th anniversary edition of one of the programs that started it all, Zig Ziglar's See You at the Top. You'll hear Zig's timeless information here, principles that still today have meaning, purpose, and relevance, and continue to help people to be their absolute best. You know how Zig says it, if you just help enough other people get what they want, you'll certainly get what you want. So sit back, relax, listen, reflect, and enjoy as Nightingale Conant brings you the 25th anniversary edition of Zig Ziglar's See You at the Top.
I have brought for you a brand new pair of glasses. Not only will they dramatically improve your sight, but more importantly, they will really do something for your vision.
That offer holds good whether you have poor eyesight or 20/20 vision, and it comes from the best in the business, Zig Ziglar.
Now, this is an amazing pair of glasses. Not rose-colored, I want to emphasize that, but this pair of glasses will permit you to see things that you have never seen before. You will be able to see some opportunities which have been there all the time, but which you have been overlooking.
Can you afford to pass up this opportunity? Do you want to focus more clearly on your goals and achieve the successes you've dreamed about? If your answer is yes, then this is an offer you can't turn down. It's guaranteed to see you to the top. The top, that's what we all aim for in both our personal and our professional lives. We all want to climb that stairway that leads to success. And Zig Ziglar shows just how to do it step by step. All we need to do is figuratively adjust our glasses and take a new look at our attitudes and our self-images. Today, Zig is at the top. The small-town cookware salesman has climbed steadily, and today heads a Dallas corporation that employs 70 people. From this vantage point, he shares with you his secrets for making the successful journey. The master motivator will demonstrate how to turn the negatives in your life into healthy positives, and how to achieve whatever goals you're aiming for. If you want to improve your attitude, strengthen your relationships with others, or learn how you can get the most out of life, you're about to find out how in See you at the top. For almost 20 years, Zig Ziglar's motivation seminars have drawn capacity audiences worldwide. His I Can course is used in thousands of schools. His 7 books have sold millions of copies and been translated into several languages. And his audio and videotapes are consistent top sellers, a testimonial to the man and his methods. And now, Nightingale Conant invites you to join Zig Ziglar and his audience for an enlightening, entertaining journey. See you at the top.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. My goodness. Thank you. Thank you. Wow. Just as a matter of curiosity, how many of you have ever either heard me before or else this is your first time? Could I see your hands, please? Well, it's a delight to have you here this afternoon. We're going to have an exciting experience, and it starts, as do many of my experiences, with a story. John Jones was in New York City, and he wanted to go to Boston. He went out to the airport, bought himself a ticket, and headed for the gate. But as he was walking toward the gate, he passed a pair of scales, and being a little curious at that moment about how much he weighed, he took a coin out of his pocket, stepped up on the scales, inserted the coin, down came his fortune. Your name is John Jones. You weigh 188 pounds, and you're going to take the 220 to Boston. Well, he looked at that, and he said, you know, that's exactly right, but how on earth did they know that about me? Oh, he said, it's some kind of a little trick. So he pulled his hat down over his ears, he climbed back up on the scales, inserted another coin, down came his fortune. Your name is still John Jones. You still weigh 188 pounds. You're still going to catch the 220 to Boston. Well, now he really was flabbergasted, because why would anybody go to all of that trouble to play that kind of a little trick on him? So he decided to go in the men's room and change clothes. He was going to see what was going on. So he did that, completely changed clothes, even put a little mustache on, came back out, pulled his hat down over his ears, stepped back up on the scale, inserted his coin, down came his fortune. Your name is still John Jones. You still weigh 188 pounds. But you just missed the 220 to Boston. Now, this series really is about the people who, for whatever reason, are missing the 220 to Boston, which really is getting the things out of life that you want. Well, the question is, what do you want? Well, I'm absolutely convinced that whether you live in Auckland, New Zealand, or Augusta, Maine, or anywhere in between, regardless of what you do in life, all of us basically want the same thing. I believe everybody wants to be happy. Never in my lifetime have I met an individual who said, no, I want to be miserable. So far, everybody said, I want to be happy. They want to be healthy. They want to be at least reasonably prosperous. I have an idea that some of you listening to this series of recordings want to be unreasonably prosperous. And that's all right, too. We're going to be talking about that. Everybody wants to be friends. Everybody wants to be secure. Everybody wants to have peace of mind. Everybody wants to be healthy. And everybody who has a family wants to have good family relationships. We call that the basic 6. Happy, healthy, reasonably prosperous, secure, have friends, and peace of mind. And then if there is a family involvement, we want a good family relationship. Well, the problem is that a lot of people, though they want these things, and though they want them in different amounts, for whatever reason, they might get on the 220 to Boston, and then somewhere along the way, somebody talks them off. And they end up a little short of the things which they really want. Now, in order to get the things we want, I want to emphasize 3 things, which I will do repeatedly throughout the entire series. First of all, I will emphasize that you are what you are and you are where you are because of what's gone into your mind. And you can change what you are. You can change where you are by changing what goes into your mind. I'm going to say to you that if you don't like who you are and where you are, don't worry about it, because you are not stuck with you. You can change you. You can grow. You can acquire. You can do things. You can be more than you are. As you shall see before we're through, there are so many things that we can learn which will make a dramatic difference in our lives and our performance. One of the other things I will repeatedly say is that you got to be before you can do, and you got to do before you can have. But that first emphasis is placed on the fact that you're what you are and where you are because of what's gone into your mind, and you can change what you are and where you are by changing what goes into your mind. The second one I will emphasize is the fact that life is very tough. But whether you're a household executive, a student, a professor, an attorney, a physician, a truck driver, regardless of whether you're a salesperson, a sales manager, or in the manufacturing world or farming, doesn't make any difference what you do. I'm absolutely convinced that life is tough. But I'm even more convinced that when you're tough on yourself, that life is going to be infinitely more rewarding to you. Now, I believe life's exciting. I know it's exciting. Can be tremendously rewarding. But again, you see, we've got to be before we can do, and we've got to do before we can have. I will emphasize that. I never shall forget, I was doing a seminar once, and during one of the breaks, a lady came up to me. She had a question. She didn't want to look me in the eye to ask, but she wanted to ask the question. So she ducked her head and she said, "You kind of make a nice little old fee for them little old speeches you make, don't you?" Then she looked up, grinning from ear to ear. And I said to her, "Now, ma'am, who told you that? I have no idea where you got that information, but I said there's not a word of truth in it. And I want to put a stop to that vicious rumor before it gets any further. I want it to stay right here in this room. Because the reality is, I make a great big old fee for them little old speeches I make." But what I didn't tell her was the number of times that I have gotten up early enough in the morning to go down and speak to the men who drive the bread trucks, delivering the cakes and the pies to the restaurants and the grocery stores before you ever turned over in your bed the second time. I never told her about the number of times I've gone into the schools and the prisons and the churches and the halfway houses and the drug rehab centers to speak to those people. I've never told her about the times I've gone in to speak to the vacuum cleaner organizations, the cookware organizations, the life insurance and real estate organizations. I didn't mention the number of times I've driven 50 miles or 100 miles at night, or on at least 3 different occasions I've driven as much as 200 miles at night, one way, my expense, to speak to a group of a dozen people. Then have to drive back that night because I did not have enough money to pay a motel bill. I didn't tell her about all of those things, but I did every one of them. And I did them because I honestly thought I had something to say. I did it because I believed that someday I would get paid for saying what I had to say. And I did it because I knew before I would get paid, I had to learn how to say the things people really wanted and needed to hear. But I had to learn how to say it in such a way that they would be willing to hear it. No, life is tough. But again, when you're tough on yourself, life is going to be infinitely easier on you. It can be rewarding. You see, I did that for another very significant reason. I did it because, as my good friend Steve Brown from Atlanta, Georgia says, anything worth doing is worth doing poorly. You see, the truth is, if all of us could take 3 lessons from the golf pro and then be good enough to qualify for the PGA Tour, all of us would go rushing out to the local pro, take our lessons, and then qualify for the tour. Then there would be no rewards in it or satisfaction from it. My friend, I'm here to tell you, if it's worth doing poorly until you can learn to do it well. You don't make the same mistake again. You learn from your mistake, which really means that it is not a mistake. It has been an education, and you have grown from it, and that's what this course is all about, is growing in order to obtain. Now, I have a concept, and this is the third one, which we will emphasize throughout, and that is that you can have everything in life you want if you'll just help enough other people get what they want. If I do one recording on 100 subjects or 100 recordings on the same subject, you will always hear me say that at least one time, that you can have everything in life you want if you'll just help enough other people get what they want. Now, I might caution you, in case you haven't already figured this out, I always speak and write at the 7th grade, 3rd month level. Now, the reason I keep it at the 7th grade, 3rd month level is I found out a few years ago that if you kept it right there, that even the college professors would be able to follow right along with you and understand what you're saying. And you see, I just happen to believe that college professors are people too. I mean, they have their rights. But as a good friend of mine, Dr. Steve Franklin, a college professor from Emory University in Atlanta, Georgia, who gave me this little bit, had to say, you know, Zig, the great truths in life are the simple truths. He said, you don't need 4 moving parts and 3 syllables for it to be significant. If you think about it for a moment, Zig, you know there are only 3 pure colors on the face of this earth, just 3. But look at what Michelangelo did with those 3 colors. They're only 10 digits, but look at what Einstein did with those 10 digits. They're just 7 notes, just 7. But look at what Chopin and Beethoven and Vivaldi did with those 7 notes. Look what Elvis did with 2. I mean, it just doesn't have to be that complicated. Lincoln's Gettysburg Address, 262 words, that's all there are. And yet it's the most memorized speech in our culture today. 262 words delivered at the Battle of Gettysburg, which, as you well know, took place during the War of Northern Aggression. 200 and... Depends on where you're educated now, doesn't it? But did you realize that out of those 262 words, that 202 of them were 1 syllable? Simple, direct. What I want to do is be simple and direct so that as these words go into your mind, they will reach you emotionally. You see, we've got to get emotionally involved or we're not going to really get involved. Or we can have all the facts on earth and I'm going to give you a whole lot of those. But we want to get you involved in it emotionally. 7 or 8 years ago, I had the privilege of acquiring a computer here in our company. And I was all excited about that computer. I'm from a small town, and, you know, to have a big computer really turned me on. And so what I did is I went all over the country telling everybody about that wonderful computer, about what it would do. It's going to check the payroll, take care of the inventory, handle the mail-outs, it's going to make the coffee, clean the kitchen. I mean, that computer was going to do everything. Well, let me ask you in this live audience today, how many of you have ever been mugged by a computer? Can I see your hand? Ooh, we were mugged by our computer. We were overbilling some, underbilling some, no billing some, double billing some. You can't imagine how upset some of our good customers would get when we would try for the 3rd time to collect the same bill. I mean, they were just unreasonable. And so I came in here one day and I said, get rid of that sucker. Let her go. It is ruining us. Mail it out of here. Sell it, even if you have to take a discount on it. Well, fortunately, we couldn't sell it. Because one day, Dave and Marilyn Bauer came walking in this office, and they came to me and they said, Mr. Ziegler, we can make that computer of yours laugh and talk and whistle and sing. Why, we can even make it work. I said, come on in. I was back in the computer room the other day. It was laughing and whistling and talking and singing. Happiest computer I've ever seen in my life. And work, why, some days one of our ladies will just mash one little button and that dude will work all day long. And I mean, it does good work, too. Now, what on earth happened to the computer? I'm now about to say something profound. I always tell folks when I'm about to say something profound because I found out a few years ago that an incredibly high percentage of my audiences do not recognize my profound statements as being profound unless I tell them in advance. So I always tell you in advance, what did they do to that computer? Very simple. They changed the input. And when they changed the input, they changed the output. Now, I know even you listeners on the recording are sitting there somewhat stunned. Zigglar, that's profound. Man, have you been in a barrel somewhere? Why, everybody knows all that. Fifth grade kids know that about computers, that when you change the input, you change the output. Why, as old as time itself, the good book itself says, as you sow, so also shall you reap. 2,000 years ago. And you say that is profound? I say it's profound for this reason, folks. We sometimes forget that it applies in our lives every single day. See, it's not having information that is going to make you happy and successful. It's the application and the using of that information that's going to make the dramatic difference in your life. You see, you are what you are and where you are because of what's gone into your mind. You can change what you are and you can change where you are by changing what goes into your mind. You see, you are what you are and where you are by the thoughts you've had and the actions you've taken. So if you want to change where you are and change what you got, you're going to have to change what you've been doing. Because if you keep on doing what you've been doing, you're going to keep on getting what you've been getting, see? 7th grade, 3rd month level. I mean, I don't want to confuse anybody, all right? Now, if we really want to be happy and we really want to be healthy and we really want to be reasonably prosperous and secure, if we want to have friends and peace of mind and good family relationships, let me just ask you the question, doesn't it make sense to plant those thoughts in our mind on a regular basis? Doesn't that figure? Answer's yes, isn't it? When I ask the tough ones, I'll help you just a little bit there with the answers, all right? Now, you see, if you think about it just for a moment, before you do anything, you've had some thought about it. Now, it might not have been but 1/10,000th of a second, but thought precedes the action. So if you want to change the action, you got to change the thinking. But if you're going to change the thinking, you've got to change the input in your mind. How many of you have ever gone to a movie and laughed? How many of you have ever gone to a movie and cried? Yeah. Now, do you really think it's because they put something in the seats? Or is it because they put something on the screen that went into your mind? This mind of ours is so enormously important. Not too long ago, I was coming in on a plane, which is generally the way I fly. I was seated next to an old boy, couldn't help but notice that he had his wedding band on the index finger of his left hand. Now, any way you cut it, that's a little unusual. That's different. So I commented on it. I said, friend, you got your wedding band on the wrong finger. He said, yeah, I married the wrong woman. You know? Well, I don't know if he married the wrong woman or not. I'm delighted to be able to say I did not marry the wrong woman. Last November, we celebrated our 50th wedding anniversary. Thank you. Thank you. So obviously, I did not marry the wrong woman. Now, we've been married 41 years. But we had heard so much about the 50th that we just decided to go ahead and celebrate early. And I'm here to tell you that is some celebration, and we're going to celebrate it again this year. I encourage you to do the same thing. Now, I have no idea if that old boy married the wrong woman or not, but I'm totally convinced that most people have some wrong ideas about what success really is and how you achieve it. A lot of times they equate or confuse standard of living with quality of life. Now, we're going to be looking at standard of living. We want to raise that too, if that happens to be one of your objectives. But throughout, we're going to be dealing an awful lot also with quality of life, because that's what really it's all about. Many years ago, I read where some wise philosopher had said that one picture was worth 10,000 words. I've heard people say that many, many times. But I'm convinced that anyone who says and believes that has never really read the 23rd Psalm. They've never really read the Declaration of Independence. They never really prayed the Lord's Prayer. Now, all of those are words. They're just words. But they're words that have made a dramatic difference in people's lives. I love what Charles Osgood, the word merchant, says. Charles says that compared to the spoken word, a picture is a pitiful thing indeed. Yeah, the spoken word can have a dramatic impact on an awful lot of lives. My purpose here is to get you involved in emotional words and pictures, because we've got to literally get your heart involved. A high jumper broke a world's record, and somebody asked him, "How did you break the record?" And he simply said, "I threw my heart over the bar, and the rest of me followed." Our words can make a dramatic difference in our lives. I was disappointed several years ago to read that up in a little community in Pennsylvania, there was a considerable hullabaloo about a couple of books that were being taught in the school. Some of the parents objected to the language which was used in the books. Now, they did not demand that the books be banned or burned. They simply requested from the school that since their children were not permitted to use that kind of language at home, that they just assign them different books to read. I was speaking in Washington and picked up a copy of the Washington Post. And I was reading one of the editorials. And the editorial writer was saying it's ridiculous that those parents do not want their children to be exposed to that language. That's the real world. And what we need to do is get those kids ready to go out and survive in the real world. Well, you see, I believe parents and educators have a much higher goal. And that is not to get our kids ready to go out and survive in a world of foul language and filth, but rather to go out and change and upgrade that world. I agree with Dr. Bruno Bettelheim, the great University of Chicago psychologist, who says that our kids need to hear lots of fairy tales. They need to read lots of fairy tales. They need to see lots of fairy tales. He said in the fairy tales, it's always the good guy versus the bad guy. And in the fairy tale, the good guy always wins. Now, he said, I know the good guy doesn't always win, and the kids know that the good guys and gals don't always win. But deep down, they know that's the way it ought to be. We need to have them reaching for higher ground, if you will. It disappoints me to hear people use filthy barnyard language. The reason it does is our language is the best reflection of our thinking that we have. You see, words paint pictures. And once those pictures are painted, then the mind goes to work to complete the picture. And no nation or no individual can rise above the pictures which have been planted in their minds. That's one of the reasons throughout this series you won't hear a single word that is offensive, that is profane or vulgar or suggestive. We want to have you reaching for the good pictures that make a difference. Now, there's a practical reason also to that. Not that that's not practical, but, you know, over a period of time, it's been my privilege. I'm a member of the National Speakers Association from Phoenix, Arizona. And from time to time, I have a privilege of speaking to the other speakers. And one of the things I almost always say to them is be careful of your language. Because thus far, I have never yet heard of a corporation or a company saying, you know, we really ought to get that guy and come make a speech for us. He has got the foulest mouth I think I have ever heard. Or we ought to get this guy or that gal to come talk to us, to tell the dirtiest jokes. You can't believe what dirty jokes they tell. I so well remember one of the national companies for whom I've done a lot of work asked me about another speaker. Who would I recommend? And I made a recommendation, and they sent for some of his tapes. And then they called him and said, we cannot use you because you've got some stories in there and some language in there that's inappropriate. Well, I had no idea that was in his tapes. And he said, well, that's no problem. I'll just take those stories and those words out. What they said to him was very significant. They said, we were really looking for a speaker who would never put them in there in the first place. I've never yet heard of a young girl going home and saying, Dad, you ought to let me go out with this fella. You can't believe what a filthy mouth he's got. I mean, he really does, Dad. Now, what does all of this say? All of it says that what I'm saying is a practical approach. Use the language that will get you further along in life. And the first thing you know, you'll be using the right words, and more importantly, you'll be believing those right words. A number of years ago, I heard a speaker make a statement. He said, you're where you are because that's exactly where you want to be. Well, you know, I reflected on that. I was a young speaker just getting started, and that sounded pretty profound to me. Sounded wise, and, you know, obviously I want to sound wise if I ever have a chance to. So I went around saying, you're where you are because that's exactly where you want to be. Then one night I was in Birmingham, Alabama. I was on my way to Meridian, Mississippi. Had to be there early the next morning. The roads were under repair. And I stopped at a service station to get directions. A young man not only gave me the directions, but he drew me a map. He said, sir, if you'll follow this map, I'll guarantee you, no problem, you'll be there plenty of time. Well, I followed the directions exactly as he had given them to me. And an hour later, I was 45 miles further from Meridian than I had been when I got the directions. Now, I was not there because that's where I wanted to be. I was tired and sleepy. I wanted to be in bed. I was there because some dude had given me the wrong directions. May I suggest that if you're broke, if you're in debt, if you're despondent, if you're having trouble getting along with people, if you are having difficulties of one kind or another, I honestly do not believe that you're there because that is where you want to be. I believe there's a very good chance that you are there because over a period of time you have heard and listened, by that I mean followed, the wrong directions. Now, don't get too comfortable with that thought because I'm quickly going to pull the rug out from under you. Somebody else might have had a hand in where you are at the moment, but where you go from here is going to be left entirely up to you. So don't get comfortable with that thought. See, the basic problem is a lot of people have the same difficulty that apparently I had. Now, I can relate to those of you who might be broke and in debt, because at age 45, though I had been earning money since I was 8 years old, though I'd been contributing to my family since I was 14 years old, though I'd been out and completely on my own since I was 17 years old. That's a lot of years of working. But at age 45, I was broke and in debt. And as to where I was going was a mystery. My career was not exactly in high gear. I don't know where you are, but I am saying to you that it's always too soon to quit. I'm saying that the future can be absolutely beautiful. The message I want to deliver throughout is a message of hope. See, one basic problem is a lot of people suffer from what I call garbage dump thinking. A good friend of mine, Dan Bellis, who lives in San Diego, undoubtedly the #1 time management authority in this country, tells this little story. In a large southern city, there's a magnificent new shopping center. But for over 100 years, that shopping center was the city dump. They'd hauled the garbage out there and dumped it until it was literally a garbage dump. It was a mess. And one day the city fathers recognized that the city was growing in that direction. They persuaded the builders, when they excavated dirt for their buildings, to take that good, clean fill dirt and haul it out and dump it on the garbage dump. Several years, tens of thousands of loads were dumped on the old garbage dump, and they kept packing it down. Finally, one day, the engineer said, hey, the foundation is ready. Let's build us a shopping center. And they did. But that shopping center is built on garbage, literally. See, I don't care how many people have dumped garbage in your life over a period of time. I don't care how many have told you you cannot do this or you have no future. I'm here to tell you that, yes, you do have a future. We can bury that old garbage, regardless of what your lot in life might be. You can absolutely build something very significant and very solid on it. The problem with most people when they have this garbage dump thinking, which is stinking thinking, as you know, it ends up being hardening of the attitudes, and that's the reason we always give you a little checkup from the neck up. The reason that it is so deadly is that it causes a lot of people to develop what we call a loser's limp. Now, if you're a football fan, you know what a loser's limp is. And incidentally, last time I saw the local team play, I knew we were in trouble when our punter signaled for a fair catch on the snap from center. I knew right then that we had a problem. And I knew it was all over when they blocked our kickoff. But anyhow, you've seen the offensive player, the wide receiver, get behind the defensive back. He reaches up, he snags a pass, and he heads for the end zone. The defensive back quickly recovers and takes out in hot pursuit. But when he gets about 20 yards from the end zone, he realizes he's not about to catch the guy with the ball. So he pulls up limping. Then everybody in the stand says, well, no wonder he couldn't catch him. Look, he's crippled. He's hurt. Now, that was his loser's limp. What is yours? See, a lot of times people say, well, you know, if I'd heard this 20 years ago, man, I really could have done something with my life. Others say, well, you know, I'm just not quite old enough. Or I'm too tall, or I'm too short, or I'm too fat, or I'm too slim. Or they come up with 10,001 excuses. The latest is, well, I'm just overqualified. Others are saying, well, you know, the only ones they're hiring now are women and minorities. Now, isn't that a delightful twist that we put on our loser's limp? See, folks, it's not what you've got, it's what you use that makes a difference. What we're going to do is we're going to bury all of that old garbage in this series. Let me give you a warning. Over a period of a lifetime, there have been a lot of garbage that has been dumped in your life. Einstein says that it takes 11 corrective inputs to overcome one incorrect input. Unless that input is put in there with tremendous conviction and an enormous amount of enthusiasm, and so we're going to be working on that. I love what Dr. Tony Campola of Eastern College in Pennsylvania says, and this truly is profound. Dr. Campola says that as important as our past is, as it relates to our present performance, it is not nearly as important as the way we see our future. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I encourage you to stop the recorder and back that one up and play it again. As important as your past is, and it is important because it has brought you to where you are, but as important as it is not as important as the way you see your future. Now, how are we going to see the future? I love what my good friend Dr. John Maxwell from San Diego says. Dr. Maxwell says if there is faith in the future, there is power in the present. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to help you to develop that faith in the future, which means that you will have the power in the present to do some things that absolutely will make a difference. Now, obviously, motivation is going to play a part. Several years ago in Norfolk, Virginia, a reporter came to me and said, I'd like to get you to go to the blackboard and write the word motivation on it. And I did. Then he said, I'd like to get your picture, if you don't mind, pointing at the word. So I assumed my best pose, you know, and he raised his camera. But before he snapped the picture, he lowered it and he said, by the way, what is motivation? And I said, I can probably diagram it more easily than I can answer it. And so to the best of my ability, I drew a square. And then I broke it into 16 squares. And I said to the reporter, if I ask you how many were there, you'd probably immediately say 16. Most people do. But then virtually everybody says, no, the entire diagram is a square, so that brings it to 17. But if you look carefully, right in the very center is another one, and so that brings it to 18. But the exciting thing is, if you will notice, in the upper left-hand bit, if you'll come across 2 and down 2 and back across 2 and up 2, that's a square, so that brings it to 19, which means here's another one, that's 20, and here's one, that's 21, and here's another, that's 22. But if you will look again, if you will just come across 1, and then come down 2, and across 2, and up 2, and across 2, that's another one, so that's 23. That means that the same one on the other side is a square, that's 24. Here's another one, that's 25, and here's yet another one, that's 26. But if you will come all the way across 3, and then come down 3 and back across 3 and up 3, that's 27. That means here also is another one, that's 28. Here's yet another one, that's 29, and here's yet another square. Ladies and gentlemen, there are 30 squares. Now, I'm not trying to fool you, but I do tell folks I'm like a cross-eyed discus thrower. I don't set any records, but I do keep the crowd alert. So let me ask you this question. How many squares did I add after I drew the original figure? 14. Okay, let me ask it in a different way. How many squares did I add after I drew the original figure? None. Didn't add any, did I? All I did was say, here's one, here's one, here's one, here's one, here's one, here's one. I just pointed out where they were. Now, that's very important because, you see, to educate, to motivate, is to pull out or to draw out. Now, I'm convinced you will get a great deal out of this course. But the prime reason for this program is this. It is designed to get a great deal more out of you. You've already got it. The question is recognizing it and bringing it out. Now, as you probably have noticed, I use a little humor in my presentation. At least I like to think it represents some humor. But here's the reason I use humor. Now, I did not know this when I started doing it. I started using humor because I noticed that on television, about every 9 or 10 minutes, they take a break. We have conditioned the American public to have an attention span of about 10 minutes. So about every 10 minutes, I'll lay a little one-liner on you, or funny or something, and that gives you a little mental stand-up. Now, I learned this later, but Dr. Avner Ziv at Tel Aviv University did a substantial study on it, discovered that humor enables you to retain things a lot longer. You learn more quickly. Humor also represents internal jogging. It is healthy. It is good for you. Now, we recommend that you listen to this series at least 16 times. A lot of times people say, 16 times? Yeah, because it takes about 16 times to really get the message implanted subliminally, subconsciously into your mind. You see, repetition is the mother of learning. And to emphasize that point, we can actually see something 10,000 times and still not see it. Now, I don't mean see something 10 miles away or even 100 yards away. I don't mean glancing at it. I mean you can flat look at something 10,000 times and still not see it. And I'm talking about something 2 feet away. Now, that sounds like a gross exaggeration, so let me see if I might demonstrate that to the live audience. And those who are listening on the recording, let me urge you to play right along with us. You'll have some fun with this. How many of you in the audience wear a wristwatch? See your hand? Okay. Now, do not look at that wristwatch. Did you know that the average American looks at his wristwatch 300 times a day? Oh, I didn't believe it either. They told me that. I said, that's the dumbest thing I ever heard in my life. 300 times a day look at your wristwatch? When are you going to have time to do any work? Well, man, all you'd be doing is looking at your wristwatch. That's crazy. Get out of here. And then one day I broke the band on my watch. And for the next 2 days, my watch was in my pocket. And during the next 2 days, if I didn't look at that empty wrist 2,000 times, I didn't look at it at all. How many of you know what I'm talking about? Guarantee it, you'll look at his wristwatch 300 times a day. Now, that means if you've had your wristwatch a year, you've looked at it 10,000 times. How many of you have had your watch a year? Okay? Now, if you've looked at your wristwatch 10,000 times, surely there's nothing I can ask you about it that you don't know the answer to. But I'll bet you $9 to a nickel, which is my favorite non-bet, that some of you are a little nervous that I'm about to ask you something you can't answer about it. I'm going to ask you 3 questions. Now, don't answer them out loud. And please don't turn to your next-door neighbor and tell them the answer. You're going to get your chance in just a minute. Question number 1, does your wristwatch have regular numerals or Roman numerals? How many of you are in trouble? Okay. Question number 2, does it have numerals at all? Are they slashes or dots or blanks or emblems or a combination of a lot of different things? Now, question number 3 is a toughie. Oh, is it ever tough? It's even unfair. Has 4 parts. And for you educators, they're not multiple choice. The first part is, what's at the 12 o'clock slot? Now, think these through. What's at the 3 o'clock slot? What's at the 6 o'clock slot? And exactly what is at the 9 o'clock spot? Now, think them through. And as soon as you've thought them through, I want you to carefully, as a matter of fact, undoubtedly for the first time since you've owned your watch, I want you to very carefully look at your watch. Well, I can't always tell exactly what murmurs and giggles means, but based on what I'm observing, I believe some of you might have missed one of the questions. How many of you who've had your watch over a year missed one of the questions, okay? How many of you remember just a few seconds ago when I said, now I want you to carefully, as a matter of fact, undoubtedly for the first time since you've owned your watch, I want you to very carefully look at your watch. Remember me saying that a few seconds ago? Okay, what time is it? Now that I've got your attention, you know, we have eyes to see, but see not. We have ears to hear, but hear not. We have hands to feel, but we handle not. Good friend of mine, psychologist Charles Lowry, says that a lot of times when we hear something, if we only hear it once and hear it quickly, or read something once and read it quickly, it does not really move into our long-term memory. And so we never really learned it. It wasn't a question of forgetting it. We never really learned it. And what you do when you listen over and over is it becomes a part of you. It moves into that long-term memory. Now, as you know, life has an awful lot of choices. You can choose to take what I've just been saying literally, because you see, over your lifetime, a lot of garbage has been dumped in. Now what we're doing is we want to bury all of this old garbage. So we'll be involving a lot of choices. For example, for 24 years of my adult life, by choice, I weighed well over 200 pounds. Now, the reason I say by choice is because I have never accidentally eaten anything. It's always been by choice. And if I choose to eat too much today, then I have chosen to weigh too much tomorrow. If I choose to get drunk tonight, then I have chosen to feel miserable tomorrow. If I choose to light up a cigarette, just one, that means I have chosen to die 14 minutes earlier than I otherwise would have died. We go through life making choices, but every choice has an end result. If I choose to be rude and ugly to you, and that's my choice, I have chosen to be treated in a rude and ugly manner by you. But if I choose to be pleasant and kind to you, then I have chosen, in 98% of the cases, I have chosen myself to be treated in the same manner by you. Choices. The redhead and I, incidentally, when I talk about my wife, I call her the redhead. When I'm talking to her, it's sugar baby. Her name is Jean. We were in our favorite ice cream parlor one night here, I guess it's 4 or 5 years ago, and as we sat there eating our ice cream, in walked a young fella and his girlfriend. I surmise that he is about 25 years old. And as he walked in, I nudged the redhead. I said, look at there, sweetheart. She said, I see him. I said, I wonder what happened to him. She said, what do you mean? I said, well, look at him. He's hurt. He's been in some kind of an accident. Oh, honey, she said, he's not hurt. He hadn't been in an accident. He's been to the barber shop or the beauty shop. I said, you mean he paid money to look like that? She said, sure, honey, it happens all the time. And in my lifetime, I have never seen a human being that badly mutilated from the ears up. I'm telling you, awesome is the only way I can describe it, is awesome. It looked like the governor's pardon got to the warden right after he plugged in the chair. Now, folks, don't misunderstand. It sounds like I'm being judgmental. It sounds like I'm being critical. Please believe me when I say that I'm being neither. All I'm doing is reporting what I saw. The beautiful thing about our country is that we can look exactly like we choose to look. I do not exaggerate when I say I would go to war and fight for that young man's right to look exactly like he does. I hope he'll do the same thing for me. You betcha I'd fight for his right to look just like he does, but I wouldn't give him a job. Now, what am I saying? I am saying very simply that when he chose to look that way, he chose to eliminate 98% of all employment opportunities. All I'm saying again is that every choice we make has an end result. When you make the choice, you've chosen the result of whatever the choice might be. About 16 years ago, I got sick and tired of being sick and tired. So I decided to get on a diet and exercise program. Up until then, my idea of exercise was just to fill the tub, take a bath, pull the plug, and fight the current. I mean, that was it. That's not much of an exercise program. During the next 9.5 months, I learned to hate jogging and hate joggers. How many of you hate joggers? Now, tell me the truth. Every time I saw one, he's jumping up and down and whooping and shouting and hollering and talking about how good he felt. There I was, hurting and hating every step. But I was sick and tired of being sick and tired, and I stayed with it. Never forget that beautiful spring day in Portland, Oregon. High noon, temperature about 78 degrees. I was jogging on Portland State University campus. As I was jogging, I became aware of the fact that the ground was flowing smoothly beneath my feet, and I was breathing easily. That day, I changed my vocabulary. You don't pay the price for good health. You pay the price for poor health. You enjoy the benefits of good health. You see, there are the words again. When you use the right words, they have an impact in our mind. We don't pay the price for success, we pay the price for failure. We enjoy the benefits of success. You don't pay the price for a good marriage, you pay the price for a poor one. You enjoy the benefits of a good one. January the 5th, 1987, I went back to the Cooper Clinic. That's where I started. I go every 18 months. On the treadmill test, which I, as I say, take every 18 months, January 5th, 1987, I stayed on the treadmill longer than any active player in the National Football League who's taken the test, and many, many of them have. I'm 61 years old. I have a resting heart rate of 41. I can outrun 98% of the college kids in America today on a 5-mile run. I can do things I never could have dreamed of doing when I was 25 years old. My energy level is higher. But I want to tell you, it was the toughest thing I ever did. For 10 months, I hated and hurt every step I took. But for 16 years, I've had a magnificent time jogging. I've run with a temperature as much as 40 degrees below zero. The wind just blowing like crazy. Now, that's what was happening outside. I mean, I was running inside. I don't want to mislead any of you on that one. But I love to run. I love to run. In December of 1987, I hurt my back, not seriously, but for 2 months I could not jog. I picked up 8 pounds because I couldn't jog. My body retains ice cream. And I could tell a difference, but I do want to say this, that you first of all expend the effort by choice, then the rewards are there. I want to close this first session with this. You know, a lot of times people say, well, you know, what old Zig is saying is making some sense to me, and I think I'm going to do that. Just as soon as I get around to it, man, I'm going to do that. Well, to make it easier for you, my business card is rather unique. It's round. On one side, it has our name and address and phone number. On the other side, it has one word. It's T-U-I-T. Now, this is round, and it's a to-it. That means it's a round to-it. So for those of you who've been waiting to get started until you got around to it, ladies and gentlemen, here's your round to-it. So let's go ahead and do it. Since your faith in the future dramatically affects your performance in the present, it's extremely important for every parent, coach, teacher, manager, employer to be a teaching optimist. As you know, an optimist is a person who, when they wear their shoes out, just figure they're back on their feet. So it's important that we be optimistic. Who knows, maybe by the end of this series, you'll be just as optimistic as this old boy down home was. There was a flash flood, and he was caught up on his rooftop, and one of his neighbors came riding by on a hen house. And he shouted to our good friend who was sitting up on his roof. He said, "Hey, John," he said, "this really is bad, isn't it?" And old John said, "No," I said, "everything's all right." He said, "What do you mean everything is all right?" "Why," he said, "look at there." Said, "You're going to lose every bit of crops you got." Said, "This flood just ruined them." He said, "Oh," said, "that's no problem. I already lost a crop anyhow. As a matter of fact, the county agent was out here just last week. Said, what we really need was some water on the land, and this sure takes care of that, doesn't it?" He said, "Yeah, but man, this high water, just look at it. Why, it's ruined your hen house and your ducks and all that sort of thing." He said, "No, you forget, I sold all my hens. All I'm raising is ducks." And he said, "Look at there, every one of them just swimming around out there having a good time. Man," he said, "everything is fine." Well, our friend was not through with our good-natured optimist yet, so he said, "Yeah, but man, look at the water rising. Why, first thing you know, it's going to be up to your windows." He said, "Boy, I hope so." Said, "They're powerful dirty and need washing." Now, you know, the interesting thing is, I believe that we can change our very outlook on life. Now, I'm not talking about a head in the sand ostrich approach, which says that everything is all right as the world comes tumbling down all around us. But I love the definition that William Arthur Ward gives to optimism, when he says that real optimism is aware of problems, but recognizes the solutions, knows about difficulties, but believes they can be overcome, sees the negatives, but accentuates the positives, is exposed to the worst, but expects the best, has reason to complain, but prefers to smile. Now that's a logical, sensible approach to what optimism is all about. Now, undoubtedly, all of you have noticed in this live audience, as I have been a-talking, I've been a-walking. And as I've been a-walking, I've been a-looking. And I cannot help but notice that this is an extraordinarily young audience. Bunch of kids, really, is what we've got here today, so I'm delighted to be in your presence. As a matter of fact, I notice that there's no one here even old enough to know what I'm about to tell you. So I'll just have to tell you. When you reach a certain age, there are physical and chemical changes which take place in the body. And as you know, there's a lot of pollution out in the air. And when the pollution in the air gets together with the physical and chemical changes in the body, what happens is it destroys the strength of the lenses in your glasses. Maybe some of you older than I thought you were. Now, that's especially true if you wear bifocals. Well, that happened to me. So I went to see my good buddy Bob Vodvarka for my new examination and my new fitting, and he went through all of the little procedures, you know, all of the tests, and he finally finished, and he said, "Okay, Zig, that's it. I've written the prescription for your glasses. See me next Tuesday, and we'll fit them." Well, the following Tuesday, I walked in. He put the glasses on me. You know how they always do a little adjustment and how they get down and look at you. And finally, he said, "Well," he said, "they look good. How do they feel?" I said, "Bob, they feel good, too." He said, "Well, you're on your way." Well, my car was parked about 20 or 25 feet from his front door. So as I stepped out the front, I did that final adjustment on these new glasses, you know, and I headed for my car. Now, you talking about a high-stepping dude, old Zig was really picking them up and putting them down. Now, obviously, I did not know that until I drew abreast of the car. And there was my right leg up there about 4 feet, and I could see the reflection in the window. And you know how you do when you've done something not overly bright, how you think everybody in town not doing a thing in the world but looking right at you. So I looked around, and obviously nobody's paying the least bit of attention to me. But realizing how utterly ridiculous I must have looked, I couldn't help it. I just laughed out loud. I hollered. Then I got excited. Because literal truth that day, for the first time, I understood what my role in our society is. What I do is I go all over this country, and for that matter, many, many other countries as well, fitting people with brand new glasses. And what I've done for you who are in this live audience, and for those of you who are listening to this recorded message, I have brought for you a brand new pair of glasses. Not only will they dramatically improve your sight, but more importantly, they will really do something for your vision. Helen Keller said it so well when somebody asked her if there was anything worse than being blind. And she said, yes, it would be to be able to see but not have any vision. In reality, these are vision glasses. Now, I want to emphasize a lot of things about these pair of glasses. From time to time, they might need a little adjustment. Not a whole lot, but they will need some from time to time. But the fit is going to be perfect. I'd like to emphasize that these are not rose-colored glasses. As a matter of fact, they are anything but rose-colored, because I will emphasize repeatedly that life is tough. But when you're tough on yourself, life is going to be infinitely easier on you. In my judgment, and I've thought about this a great deal, the real tragedy of the 20th century is the fact that we have raised a generation to believe that everything has got to look good and smell good and taste good. It's got to be fun, or I'm not going to have anything to do with it. So many times our young people believe that they've got to have instant success, instant gratification, instant fun, or they're not going to get involved. Let me give you a couple of examples. The average 18-year-old American has watched over 15,000 hours of television, has listened to 11,000 hours of music. That's 26,000 hours of being entertained. Now, at the moment, I'm not going to dwell on whether that input is good or bad or indifferent. But did you realize that 26,000 hours means that 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for approximately 3 years, they've been spectators to life? They have been entertained. Now, ladies and gentlemen, life is not a spectator sport. Life is a participator sport. We have got to get involved. The average 20-year-old American has witnessed 1 million commercials. By the time they're 8 years old, they have witnessed in excess of 200,000 commercials. By the time they're 21 years old, they've seen over 100,000 beer and wine commercials. 60% roughly of the commercials our children 8 years old and under watch are selling toys, and they're selling cereals. And they make some promises. If you'll just eat this cereal, you'll develop those big muscles. You can kick the winning field goal. You can score the winning basket. All you got to do is eat this cereal, and you're really going to be a hero. If you will buy these toys, all the kids will come playing in your living room and backyards. You'll be the most popular kid in town. When they get to be about 8 or 9 years old, they realize that life doesn't have 30 and 60-second solutions. Did you know that's where kids first start thinking about drugs and suicide? See, life is tough. I don't care what you do, life is tough. But again, when you're tough on yourself, life is going to be infinitely easier on you. I believe that's what we need to emphasize. So much of the music today says, I want to be free. You know, I want to do my thing. Well, the basic problem with that is this. You take the train off the tracks. It's absolutely free. Nobody has any control over it, but it can't go anywhere. You take the steering wheel out of the automobile. It's absolutely free. Nobody has any control over it, but it can't go anywhere unless we exercise certain controls over our lives and our children until they get older enough so that they can make intelligent decisions. Unless we help them with direction in life, we really are doing an enormous disservice. Now, life is tough. But again, when you're tough on yourself, life can be enormously rewarding. It's a lot of fun. It's tremendously exciting. And now for another profound statement. Remember, I did tell you I was always going to warn you. When you do the things you ought to do, when you ought to do them, the day will come when you can do the things you want to do, when you want to do them. Now, this is an amazing pair of glasses. Not rose-colored, I want to emphasize that, but this pair of glasses will permit you to see things that you have never seen before. Right there in your own home, right there in your own neighborhood, you will be able to see some opportunities which have been there all the time, but which you have been overlooking. Last year, Forbes magazine reported on a study they did of entrepreneurs. They discovered that invariably entrepreneurs made their money and achieved their success when they went to a new location. Now, before you start thinking in terms of, hey, I got to move somewhere else, don't pack your bags quite yet. Let me finish the story. The rest of the story is this. Some of those people moved from Houston to Chicago to make their fortune. But others moved from Chicago to Houston to make their fortune. The reality is that location doesn't have anything to do with it. But the way you see your location literally has everything to do with it. Why did these entrepreneurs make their money in new locations, their success in new locations? Very simple. It's called expectations. The chairman of the board of the Xerox Corporation just returned from his 25th trip to Japan. And he said the difference in what they're doing and what we're doing can really be summed up in that word, expectations. They're expecting bigger things to happen, and that's always been the American way of life, expecting the best and working to be the best. And thank goodness we've turned the corner, and that's the direction we're headed back in. But these entrepreneurs, when they went in the new location, they weren't worried about City Hall and the bureaucracy. They went in with an entirely new vision, expecting things to happen, and that's what happens. You see, your business is not good or bad out there. Your business is good or bad right here between your own two eyes. The other thing about these glasses that you will really appreciate is the fact that it enables you to get a new vision on a lot of things. The reason the entrepreneurs were successful is this. You take the letters N-O-W-H-E-R-E. And when these opportunists these entrepreneurs went into this new location, they drew the line right after the W and said, opportunity is now here. That's the way the optimist does things. The pessimist draws the line after the O, and it says the opportunity is nowhere. It's the way you see things. With this amazing pair of vision glasses which you're being fitted with, you will be able to see opportunities that you have been overlooking before. But this pair of glasses does another amazing thing. It lets you see people differently. University of Pittsburgh last year did a study, and in this study they discovered that tall men and women do better than short men and women. Now, before you folks who are a little shorter raise up in indignation and have anything to say, like you're going to go get you some new platform shoes or whatever, please listen to the rest of the story. The local paper called me and they said, did you read that report out of the University of Pittsburgh? I said, I'm familiar with it. They said, what do you think about it? Is there any validity to the fact that tall men and women do better than short men and women? I said, well, of course there's validity to it. And obviously I believe it because it is true. Now again, don't get upset. Wait just one more minute before I get through, please. Let me ask all of you in this live audience a question. And those of you who are listening to the recording, you answer this as we go along. How many of you have ever been lost in a strange neighborhood? Can I see your hands? How many of you who've been lost in a strange neighborhood ever saw some kids playing on a school ground or a street corner, and you went over to them and you said, how do you get from here to there? Can I see your hand if you've ever done that, okay? Now, would you please answer the next question, everybody at the same time, out loud? Which one of the kids did you ask? Out loud, please, quick. The tallest one. Might have been the dumbest kid in town. Now, you know without me telling you that the distance between the heel and the head has got nothing to do with what's stored there. I mean, you know that, don't you? All right? Then why do tall men and women do better than short men and women? Not a thing in the world but expectancy. Now, why is the expectancy there? It's because we put it there. That's why. Have you noticed the difference in the vocabulary we use when we deal with the large baby as versus the tiny baby? With the taller child as versus the shorter child? We address them all together differently. My, what a fine-looking young man. Or my, what a fine-looking young woman. But what about the shorter one? Oh, isn't she cute? And you see, we set up an entirely different expectancy. And because you treat people exactly like you see them, it is extraordinarily important that we learn to see people properly. The beautiful thing about this pair of glasses is the fact that you will only see tall men and tall women with this pair of glasses. And because you will see them that way, you will treat them that way. And because you will treat them that way, that means that you will help them to be the person they're capable of being. Why is that so important? Andrew Carnegie, the great steel magnate of the last century, at one time had 43 millionaires working for him. He was the penniless lad from Scotland who immigrated to America and built the steel empire. A reporter got wind of the fact that he had these millionaires working for him, and he went to him and said, Mr. Carnegie, how on earth did you manage to hire 43 millionaires? And Mr. Carnegie said, well, none of them were millionaires when I hired them. Then the question, Mr. Carnegie, obviously is, what did you do to develop these people to the degree that they became so valuable to you that you could pay them so much money that they became millionaires? And Andrew Carnegie taught us a great lesson when he said, you develop millionaires in exactly the same way you mine gold. When you go in a gold mine, you go in looking to move tons and tons of dirt. You go in expecting to move tons and tons of dirt. But you don't go in there looking for the dirt. You go in there looking for the gold. You find what you're looking for. Gentlemen, if you treat your wife like a thoroughbred, you'll never end up with a nag. Ladies, if you treat your husband like a champ, you'll never end up with a chump. But you've got to see them that way before you will treat them that way. And the beautiful thing about this pair of glasses is the fact that it will let you see only tall people. But there's something else that's tremendously exciting about this pair of glasses. This pair of glasses will literally let you watch people grow. And that's so enormously important. About a year ago, I was in Winnipeg, Canada. I had dinner at a man's home whom I love very much. His name is Bernie Lofchick. We're so close. It's always been Brother Zig and Brother Bern. I watched his kids grow up. Later, I tell the story in great detail about David Lofchick, who was born with cerebral palsy. And as I sat there that evening at dinner, visiting with his youngest daughter, Mindy, and David, and Bernie and Elaine, it was one of the most fascinating experiences of my life, because David is now enormously successful in the world of real estate. Mindy at that time was a prosecutor for the Crown. And as they were talking there about all the involvements they were in, she in her legal profession, he in his real estate profession, I kept thinking, you know, I almost don't believe this. I watched them grow. One of the problems that a lot of parents and a lot of employers have is they never quite can recognize the incredible growth of the people that they are around. A lot of times they come in at an entry-level position, and they work hard and they study and they learn, but management sometimes neglects to recognize that growth and encourage them to grow even more and reward them for their growth. But fortunately, because of this pair of glasses and a lot of other factors, you're going to be able to watch that happen. I was so intrigued myself last Saturday morning. I came in to pick up some things, and one of our staff members was here picking up some things, and I said to her, "What in the world are you doing here on Saturday morning?" She said, "Well, I speak to the Chamber of Commerce this evening, and I needed to pick up a couple of things." Then all of a sudden it just hit me like a ton of bricks. I had known her since she was a student in school. I'd watched her and her husband when they were still single and courting. I was there when they got married. I had watched this growth, you know, all of a sudden it hit me what an enormously effective staff member she is. She was instrumental in doing a lot of the work in our support material for our video training program. And as I walked out, I could not help but say, you know, I am so glad that my glasses are well adjusted. What a tremendous talent we would have missed. And I wonder how many people miss talent because they don't adjust those glasses and watch that individual grow and let them have the opportunity to use this incredible ability that is within. It's an amazing pair of glasses. Let me tell you the most delightful part, though, about this pair of glasses is the fact that this pair of glasses also will turn inwardly. And they will let you look at the real you. I'm going to make you a promise. Before you finish this recording, listening to it, you are going to like you better than you do at this moment. Now, I know that sounds like a strong promise. Now, I'm not talking about developing a super inflated, I am the greatest kind of an ego. You know, conceit's a weird disease, isn't it? Makes everybody sick except the one who's got it. No. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a simple, healthy self-acceptance of the real you. Emerson was 100% right when he said, what lies behind you and what lies before you pales in significance when compared to what lies within you. He also said, ability without honor has no value. I love what St. Augustine said in 399 AD, and I paraphrase him. St. Augustine said that man travels hundreds of miles to gaze at the broad expanse of the ocean. He looks in awe at the heavens above. He stares in wonderment at the fields and the mountains and the rivers and the streams. And then he passes himself by without a thought. God's most amazing creation. Man was designed for accomplishment. He's engineered for success. He's endowed with the seeds of greatness. I believe it with all my heart that that's true. We have an incredible amount of power and ability inside of us, but we've never quite learned how to reach up and insert the key and turn on the ignition to release that incredible power. You see, folks, a $20 gold piece, according to my good friend Reuben Seiberling, a $20 gold piece and a 10-cent piece have exactly the same value if they're at the bottom of the ocean. It's only when we bring them up and release them and put them to work that we're going to realize the success, and later we'll define success, total success, that we're capable of achieving. The basic problem, a lot of people are what we call prisoners of hope. Not really expecting, but hoping that someday they'll walk down the street and they'll see a box and they'll kick it, and out of it will come 50,000 brand new $10 bills. They go down to the seashore and look out to sea to see if their ship is coming in, but deep down they know that it never left the port. They're prisoners of hope. So the question is, what does it take to be successful? And that's the question we really want to dig in and answer right now. What does it take to be successful? How many of you are managers or employers? You hire people from time to time. How many of you are employees? You work for somebody else. Okay? Here's what I would like to get you to do. They've developed a new computer. Now, this is in our imagination. They've developed a new computer which records every working person and all of the qualities which they have all over our country. I want you employers to visualize, just for a moment, that you have an opening in your company, and you have an immediate opening. You obviously want the best qualified person. With this new computer service, you can dial them on the phone and say, I want an employee who has these qualities right here, and they can press all of the buttons, and lo and behold, they'll say, well, now that one lives in Ada, Oklahoma, and you can get them at this phone number right here. I mean, it's an amazing computer. So I want you to think in terms of the dream employee. Somebody who would make a difference in your company. Somebody you'd like to be with and around and would enjoy working with and around. Identify whatever quality you want. The only thing I ask you not to do, don't include one quality, and that is don't say they work cheap. Now, the reason you don't want to include that quality is very simple. If they work cheap in our competitive market, then somebody else would immediately come and hire your dream employee away. Remember, in life, both have got to win, or both are going to end up losing, guaranteed. Think about the qualities you want this employee to have. Now, those of you who are employees, I want you to imagine that your boss, your supervisor, your employer, when you get there tomorrow, has just resigned. And management comes to you and they say to you, I want you to choose your next supervisor. You can choose the individual that you want to work for. Any quality you want this person to have, just identify what it is, and you can get this person to go to work over you. Somebody that you'd be willing to expend enormous energy and effort for. Now, what I want you to do, I want you to identify all of these qualities. I really encourage you in your own writing, write down these qualities. Now, what I want you to do is call out loud to me all of the qualities that you would want to be present in the dream employee or the dream employer. Call them out loud. I will write them down. What's the first quality you think of? Loyal. Somebody who is loyal and somebody who is honest, okay? Somebody with a good, positive mental attitude. Somebody who has stickability, okay? Another one. Somebody who is fair. Keep them coming. Somebody who is intelligent. Their elevator reaches all the way to the top, okay? Somebody who's creative, all right? Somebody who is enthusiastic, and somebody who is trustworthy, okay? Somebody who is reliable, all right. Somebody who has faith, and somebody who is understanding. Somebody who is cooperative, and somebody who is teachable. Very good. Talk about teachable. Some people are so narrow-minded they can look through a keyhole with both eyes at the same time, can't they? I heard another one but didn't understand it. Somebody who is sensible. They've got common sense, or horse sense, which is just good, stable knowledge, isn't it? All right, give me another one. Somebody who is skillful and somebody who has initiative. Another one. Somebody who is industrious. Is that another way of saying they're a hard worker? Is that about the same thing? Okay. You know, a lot of people quit looking for work as soon as they find a job, don't they? Like somebody asked this old boy down home, he said, how long you been working for your company? He said, ever since they threatened to fire me. And that's not what you're looking for either, is it? Okay, keep them coming. Somebody with a good self-image, okay? And I believe I heard somebody say self-motivated, and what was that one? Loving, okay. Somebody who is motivated and somebody who is loving. Somebody with a good sense of humor, absolutely, okay. Somebody who's dependable. When they tell you it's going to rain, you can set your tubs out. Give me another one. Somebody who is ambitious. Somebody who's courteous, absolutely. Somebody who is healthy, okay. Somebody who has goals, absolutely. Somebody who's tall, okay. Unfortunately, everybody is now tall. Now, how many of you believe that an individual with those qualities would be successful in the business that you are in? Can I see your hand? Okay. How many of you believe they'd make a difference in your company? Somebody with all of those qualities right there, all right? How many of you believe that an individual with these qualities could get a job anywhere at any time doing just about anything and be very successful at it? Can I see your hands, please? Okay. I don't think there'd be any question about that. How many of you would just love to have a mate with all of these qualities? How many of you would like to have kids with all of these qualities? How many of you would like to have all of these qualities? How many of you believe that if these qualities were present in everyone, that we really would have a better world to live in? Okay? Now, let's see if we can do this. I would like for us to categorize them as to whether these qualities are attitudes or skills. I will call the quality out. You tell me if that's an attitude or if that's a skill, okay? Loyalty, is that an attitude or a skill? Attitude, okay. Honesty. Attitude. Positive mental attitude. Attitude. Stickability. Somebody who's fair. Somebody who's intelligent. Some saying attitude, some saying skill. Who think it might be a gift? Creativity, is that attitude or skill? Somebody said skill too, okay. Somebody who's enthusiastic and trustworthy. All right. Somebody who's reliable. Somebody who has faith and understanding. Somebody who's cooperative. Somebody who's teachable and sensible. Skillful. All right. Somebody who has initiative. Somebody who's industrious. Somebody who has goals. And somebody said skills too. Okay, somebody with a good self-image. And somebody who's motivated. and loving and a sense of humor. Somebody who's dependable and ambitious and helpful and has courage and is courteous and healthy and somebody who's tall. Obviously, that's attitude, is it not? Okay. Now, let's do a little counting here. 26 of them are straight attitudes. 3 of them are attitudes and skills, and that means 29 of the 30 have attitude involved. Now, here's my question. How many of you believe that your attitude's important? Can I see your hands? Okay. How many of you, when you were in school, had a course which taught you how to develop all of these qualities? Can I see your hands, please? Hello? Isn't that amazing? Not a single one. How many of you believe that if these qualities were taught in our schools that we would have an even better America? Can I see your hands, please? I want to ask you this. How many of you believe that if we taught these qualities at home and reinforced them in school that we would really have something here in our country? See your hands? Now, you do realize, folks, that you can teach every one of these qualities in our public schools with the exception of faith? Now, as you think about these qualities, you might say, well, now, wait a minute, Ziegler, aren't those values there? When you start talking about being loyal and honest, you betcha they're values. But they're values you gave to me. I didn't tell you, you told me. Is this not so, ladies and gentlemen? Now, so far, and I've been beating the bushes a few years, so far, I have never yet had an employer say to me, no, I can't use anybody like that. If they're loyal and honest and a good attitude, they stick to their job, they're fair and intelligent and creative and enthusiastic and trustworthy and reliable and have faith and are hardworking and dependable and ambitious, no, I can't use anybody like that. The truth is, an individual with those qualities can get a job anywhere at any time under any circumstances and be successful. But you know, I keep using a word. I keep saying teach, teach, teach. You hear me say that? And you said, yeah, we ought to teach it. Now, can you teach people to be loyal? How many of you think you can teach people to be loyal? How many of you think we can teach people to be honest? How many of you think you can teach a good positive mental attitude? Ladies and gentlemen, when you think about it and go down the list of those 30 qualities, 30 of them can be taught, including your intelligence. You can improve your IQ. My own IQ is well over 20 points higher than it was when I graduated from high school. Now, that still might not say a whole lot. But you're not stuck with you as you are, is what I'm saying. Teach, teach. We can teach these things. Wouldn't it be wonderful if these qualities were taught in the home and then reinforced in school? Wouldn't that be marvelous? Well, think with me on this now. If these qualities can be taught, they're skills. If they can be taught, they're skills. You know why that's so tremendously exciting to me? And why I get so turned on about what we do? I get excited about it because it tells me that if they can be taught, that means I've got a chance because I can learn them. It tells me that you've got a chance because you can learn them. It tells me that that youngster in the slums this morning who left home without a bite to eat and maybe a kick in the rear or a slap on the head from a parent or a guardian or somebody who has no real interest in him, it tells me that that child too can be taught, and that child also can learn, and they've got a chance in life. We've got letters that number in the thousands from people who say, when I started acquiring these qualities, a dramatic difference took place in my life. Here's what happens. You see, we need to understand something. We've got to understand that as parents, first of all, we must assume responsibility for teaching these values. But it also means that as parents and as good citizens, if these qualities really will make us a better America, then we've got to start insisting that these qualities and values be taught in our educational system. And in the business community, what they're discovering is by teaching these qualities, they're getting some dramatic results. These are skills. During the next 2 minutes, if you will buy into what I'm going to say, it will have a substantial impact on your life. I believe the next 2 minutes, for those of you listening to this recording, can make a difference. You have already said that a person with these qualities would be successful in life. The beautiful thing is I can look right at you, and I do mean you. I can look you dead center, and without fear of error, and without fear of overstating it, I can say that you, yes, you and you and you, already have every single quality which you have identified as being present in the dream employee or the dream employer, the dream child, the dream husband, the dream wife, the dream neighbor, or the dream friend. You've already got them. Now don't chicken out on me. Stay with me. Follow me. Are you going to sit there and tell me that never in your lifetime have you ever been loyal to anybody at any time about anything? Are you going to sit there and tell me you've never told anybody the truth, that you're completely dishonest, that you're so crooked that when you die they're going to have to screw you in the ground? Are you going to sit there and tell me that as far as work is concerned, that you're so lazy you wouldn't hit a lick at a snake? You go right down the list, ladies and gentlemen, and you've got some of every one of these. Now, you're weak in some areas. All of us are. But you've got the seeds. And that's all we need is the seeds. Provided we feed and water and fertilize the seed. You see, you're what you are and where you are because of what's gone into your mind. You can change what you are. You can change where you are by changing what goes into your mind. Again, Dr. Campola put it this way: as important as your past is, it is not important enough to control your future. And as successful as your past might have been, because it has brought you to where you are, the question is, will your past take you to where you want to go? If you're going to answer no to that one, let me say this. All you've got to do is multiply, improve, and increase the qualities which you have identified right here. A lot of times people say, but now wait a minute, Zig. If I've got all of those qualities, why is it that I'm not more successful? Again, I go to my storybook. I just happen to believe that life is a story, and I believe we relate to stories. And if we can glean a message from it, I believe it will make a difference. In 1901, down in Beaumont, Texas, just outside of town, a man was selling his property. Had a large amount of acreage. He was selling it section by section in order to feed his family. There was a drought on, there was a depression on. One day an oil company came to him and said, "Sir, we believe there might be oil on your property. Let us drill for it. And if we discover any oil there, we will pay you royalties on every barrel that's pumped out." The man had nothing to lose, a great deal to gain, so he said, "Let's do it." In those days, the derricks were made out of wood. And when they brought in a gusher, the very force of the oil coming out would destroy the derrick. And the greater the destruction, the greater the excitement, because that indicated more oil underneath. When this well came in, it blew the derrick into 1,000 pieces. And for the next 11 days, in excess of 100,000 barrels of oil a day were pumped out before they could put the cap on it. That year, 18 million barrels of oil were pumped out. That was the world's introduction to Spindletop. The man became an instant millionaire. Or did he? The reality is, he'd been a millionaire ever since he'd acquired the property. But until they discovered the oil and brought it to the surface and took it to the marketplace and cashed it in, it really had no value. You see, it's not the qualities you have, ladies and gentlemen, it's the qualities which you recognize that you have and use, which will make the difference. And you're not going to use them until you recognize them. If you had $1 million in your bank account, you'd never write a check on it if you didn't know it was there. But the minute you discovered its presence, the local economy would take a substantial leap forward. Beautiful lady lives right here in Dallas, Texas. IQ of 141. When she was a teenager, she was a traffic stopper. She'll still slow it down quite a bit. She could talk to you about a dozen different subjects, in depth, wonderful conversationalist, great insights. And yet until about 10 years ago, if you were to ask her to describe herself, she would have said to you, I am fat, dumb, and ugly. It's not what you have. It's what you recognize. And you're going to perform according to the picture you have of yourself. A lot of times people have said, say what you mean. I am here to say to you that you need to say what you want. Claim the qualities which are yours. You see, if there's faith in the future, there's enormous power in the present. And as you begin to look at you, then the picture of your future has got to change, and change rather substantially. A businessman took a great deal of work home one evening. He was hoping he could get caught up on it. His little 5-year-old boy greeted him, and he was ready to play. And Dad kept saying he'd answer a question for his son, then say, son, I've got so much to do. And you know how 5-year-olds are. They don't relate to business that much. And so 2 minutes later, he'd be back again. And finally, the businessman came up with an idea. He gave him a picture. And it was a picture of the world. And he gave it to him and he said, now, son, put this picture together. Thinking it would take him 20 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour. 2 minutes later, the little boy was back. And his dad looked at astonishment. He said, son, how did you do it so quickly? And the little boy said, Daddy, on the other side, there was a picture of a man. And as soon as I got the man right, the world was right. You know, when he put the man back together, the world was put back together. That's what I'm really saying. We need to get us right. Then our world will be right. So I close with this. By these ideas, recognize the qualities you have, because if you do, and put them to work, I'll see you. And yes, I do mean you at the top. Thank you. This old boy down home walked in a local Cadillac dealership. He was dressed in the uniform of the day, had on his overalls and a pair of tennis shoes, walked up to the salesman and asked a question, how much that there automobile? Salesman said, that automobile to which you have reference, sir, is $28,976.45. Old boy said, well, golly, he said, what'll it do? And the salesman said, what do you mean, what'll it do? And old boy said, I mean, how fast will it run up and down the highway out there? Salesman said, sir, that automobile has a speed of 100 miles an hour. Old boy said, well, shucks, man, I could run a foot race that fast myself. And the salesman said, you could what? And the old boy said, now you heard me, sonny. I said I could run a foot race faster than that. And the salesman said, well, I'll tell you what I'll do. If you can outrun this Cadillac automobile, I'll just give it to you. It won't cost you a dime. And he said, well, roll it out, sonny. You got yourself a foot race. Well, they got out on the highway, and the old boy stepped out of the car, you know, and took off. And the salesman got the car up to about 45 miles an hour, and he looked out, and the old boy was just in a good, easy, steady trot. Man, he said, this guy can move. He got it up to about 65 miles an hour, and he looked out, and the old boy was just in a good, easy lope. He said, man, I might be in trouble here. He showered down, and he got that thing up to 100 miles an hour, and he looked out the window, and the old boy was gone. He breathed a sigh of relief as he said, well, I knew it. Said, no man alive can keep up with this automobile, no way. And so he turned around to go back down and see where the old boy was. And he drew abreast of him as he was picking himself up out of the ditch, all bruised and battered and bloody and muddy. He was a sight for sore eyes, but he obviously was not hurt. So he decided to kid the old boy a little bit. He said, what happened, partner? Old boy said, let me ask you a question, sonny. He said, did you ever have a blowout on a tennis shoe doing 95 miles an hour? Well, I'll confess that I've never had a blowout on a tennis shoe even doing 5 miles an hour, but I do know that there are an awful lot of people who have blowouts in life. We cannot project everything that's going to happen. We cannot anticipate everything that's going to happen. And what we need to do is we need to work towards building a foundation so that regardless of what happens in our business, in our careers, or what have you, we will always have that foundation upon which we can rest and start the rebuilding process, even if we do have the blowout. In our last session, we identified the qualities that you would want to be present in the most successful person you know, employee or employer. We discovered that you have these qualities. What we're going to do is we're going to look at building your foundation with some of these qualities, which will make such a dramatic difference in your life. A few years ago, I was up in Calgary, Canada, and I had a chance to go up on Calgary Tower to the restaurant up there. That's where we were going to have dinner. As we got aboard the elevator, the little recorded message came on giving us the data on the structure. And it said it's 626 feet tall. Now, I can't relate 626 feet up in the air unless I remember that's 2 football fields and then 26 more feet. The recording said it weighs 13,000 tons. And 7,000 of those tons are underground. Now, you see, with a foundation that's solid, that tower can go way, way up in the air. A foundation is the key. Somebody once said you climb highest only when you stay on the level. We can go to any city, anywhere in the world, and go into the downtown area, and a good engineer can look at the hole in the ground and tell you how tall the building's going to be, how wide the building's going to be, and how long the building is going to be because of the foundation which is there. Now, there's one thing that you'll find to be true. There is no room for hypocrisy at the top. No room. Somebody once described a hypocrite as a person who simply was not himself on Sunday. And I believe there is, boy, you had me nervous there for a minute. I thought that was going to slip right past you. And I believe there is literally some truth in that. What I want to do is look at what I believe are the critical foundation stones. And those stones are honesty and character and integrity and loyalty and trust or faith and love. With a foundation of those things, we can really do some things that will be amazing in our lives. One of our basic problems in our society today is we're doing a lot of confusing of our young people and of our children. For example, how many times do parents say to their kids, tell the truth? The telephone rings. Tell them I'm not home. Not understanding that when they teach their children to lie for them, they also are teaching their children to lie to them. So many times the parent will say, obey the law. Now, the reason I use a fuzzbuster is, and what they're saying is, look, kid, if you're going to break the law, don't be a dumb bunny and get caught. Be smart like your old man when you go about breaking the law. Many times we say to them, you know, I'd pay my fair share of the taxes, but the government just wastes the money anyhow. And what they're really doing is justifying the fact that they are stealing, and they're teaching dishonesty. A lot of business people do exactly the same thing. A telephone call comes in. The person does not want to talk to the caller, and so they say to the switchboard operator or the secretary, just tell them I'm not here. Well, again, when we teach our people to lie for us, we're also teaching them to lie to us. What do you do when the call comes in and you cannot handle it or do not want to handle it? Many times it is not convenient. I don't suppose I accept one telephone call in 1,000, literally, when it comes in. If I did, I would never be able to get any work done. So Laurie always says to the person calling, he is here. She never, in any circumstances, would misrepresent it. He's here, but he's tied up, he's in conference, he's busy, or whatever I'm doing. Can I help you? And most of the time, she can. If she cannot, then she takes the message, and I make those return calls at my convenience, and that saves an enormous amount of time. Don't ever represent to anybody that you are not there, when in reality, you are there. When you look at your foundation, I believe that the foundation upon which we really must build begins with honesty. Now, why is that so important? Very simple. If people like you, they'll listen to you. But if they trust you, they'll do business with you. They will follow you. They will be loyal to you. The second foundation stone I want to talk about is the foundation stone of character. My good friend Calvert Robert puts it this way. Character is the ability to carry out a good resolution long after the excitement of the moment has passed. How many times do we make those New Year's resolutions with all kinds of good intentions, and long about January the 3rd, many of those intentions have gone by the board? I will say again and again and yet again that there are many times when you're going to have to suck it up and tough it out and hang in there. Life's not easy. Life is tough. But when you're tough on yourself, life is going to be infinitely easier on you. John D. Rockefeller said that character, not wealth, power, or position, is of supreme worth. And our cup will truly run over only after we have sealed the character cracks. Only then will that cup really run over. Churchill, who was one of my heroes, I read all of his volumes on the war, all of the speeches, all of the things which he recorded there. And one of the most significant speeches ever made in recorded history was the one where he literally lifted England up by its bootstraps. Not only did he save England, but in all probability, the free world as well. But he never promised them it would be easy. He said it will require blood and sweat and tears. But in the end, England will stand. You got to suck it up, though, a lot of times, and tough it out. There isn't a person who will ever listen to these recordings who is employed, who has not on many occasions gone to work when they did not feel like going to work. That opportunity clock sounded off in the morning, and you rolled out of bed, did a little halo adjustment, and held a small pity party because you really did not feel like going to work. I mean, you had a splitting headache, but you got a project that you're working on, and so I'm committed to do it, and I got to do it. You finally fight your way in, get a cup of coffee, and decide maybe that you're going to live and what have you. But you really are feeling so proud of yourself, and you take considerable pride in the fact that you're so humble about the whole thing. You go down there feeling absolutely miserable, and then you get involved in the project, and 2 hours later you forgot you ever had a bad feeling in your life. You're wrapped up in it. Isn't that true? Hasn't that happened to you a lot of times? But you see, earlier you identified the qualities of success. You said they're dependable. They accept responsibility. They are prompt. They're there. They do the things they're supposed to do. If people cannot depend on you, I don't care how talented you are, you're going to have trouble in life, very definitely. The third foundation stone is integrity, which basically means basic wholeness. In the Korean War, the highest-ranking prisoner of war was General Dean. When General Dean was captured, they used some tremendous, excruciating torture methods. Brainwashing, cold, heat, starving. They used the whole routine. They were daily threatened with their very lives. At one time, the communists said to him, "We're going to execute you tomorrow. You can write one final note home, 25 words or less." This was not one of those to win $5,000 or $50,000. This was his last correspondence with his family. I don't know what the other words were, but he wound his message up with these words. "Tell Skip," that's their son, "the word is integrity. Integrity makes a difference." Ken Blanchard wrote an article in Executive Excellence. It was published in December of 1987. And he reports on a study done by the Ethics Resource Center where they did a composite of the Dow Jones for the last 30 years. And they discovered that had you invested $30,000 in the Dow 30 years ago, that you would today have $134,000. But then they did a study of the 21 companies on the Dow Jones who have set high ethical standards, and they have one basic standard which they all maintain, and that is their written, published company statement stated that their purpose, their function, was to serve the public with high ethics. Had you invested your $30,000 in those 21 companies, you would have well over $1 million, over 9 times as much. See, folks, it's true. You can have everything in life you want if you'll just help enough other people get what they want. Mark Paston, the director of the Center for Ethics at Arizona State University, did a study of the companies who, for the last 100 years, have consistently paid dividends. And of the companies which have consistently paid dividends, every one of them had high ethical standards and recognized that the customer was the reason they were in business. Mortimer Feinberg put it this way in his book, Corporate Bigamy. He did an interview of 100 top corporate executives, men and women who were the CEOs of the Fortune 500 companies. He asked them the question, what is necessary to go to the top and stay there? They answered, you've got to build your career on honesty and character and integrity, and they threw in the word motivation. Then they summed it up by saying, anybody who thinks they can go to the top and stay there who's not honest is dumb. Now that's about as strong as it can get. Tom Peters put it this way, integrity has always determined the difference between winners and losers. And I believe that is extremely important. The next foundation stone I want to talk about is trust or faith. I had the privilege of having access to a major study done by the Forum Corporation out of Boston, Massachusetts. They did a study of 341 salespeople. 173 of them were super successful salespeople. 168 of them were moderately successful salespeople. All of them had been selling at least 5 years, meaning that the rookie factor is not going to play a part. Now, these salespeople sold everything from insurance and banking to commercial and industrial and residential real estate, industrial supplies. They had a variety of products. They represented 11 different companies. They did this analysis and discovered that the super successful and the moderately successful all had basically the same experience and the same skills. Each knew how to get prospects. Each knew how to get appointments. Each knew how to make the presentation. Each knew how to handle objections. Each knew how to close the sale. The major difference between the two was one word. The word was trust. Here's what they found out. People don't buy based on what you tell them. People don't buy based on what you show them. People do buy based on what you tell them and show them, which they believe. The word is trust. Now, you see, that applies in the family equally as well. Your children buy your ideas and concepts based on what you tell them and show them, which they believe. Your employees in your company, if you want to have them loyal to you and growing with you, they will buy your ideas and do their best jobs based on what you tell them and show them, which they believe. Now, the question is, who are they going to believe? History proves conclusive they're going to believe the good guys and the good gals. They're going to believe the people who have the right qualities for success. And what we're talking about here is a foundation. If we look at it from the faith point of view, a lot of people are so confused about faith. I cannot tell you the number of times I've had people say, well, now, I don't believe things that I don't understand. And yet, they flip the switch on the wall, and the lights come on, and they have no more idea than a goat how that light got up there. But that doesn't keep them from enjoying the electricity. I have no idea how a black cow can eat green grass, give white milk and red meat and yellow butter. I don't understand all of those things. But that doesn't keep me from enjoying the products. Now, we all have a lot of faith. We drive 1,000 miles, pull into a strange service station, and say, fill it up. Our entire mobility is dependent on it being gasoline and not buttermilk, and yet with complete faith, we say, fill it up. We need to understand that we don't have to understand everything in order to enjoy the benefits. Now, why do we mention faith in here? It's very, very simple. The Brookings Institute, which is a liberal, independent research organization, released a 389-page report. And in this report they said, the stability and future strength of American democracy depend on the underpinnings of religion. Without it, democracy lacks essential moral support to sustain it. Representative government depends for its health on values that over the not-so-long run must come from religion. I was rather intrigued to learn about 2 years ago that everybody believes in God. Now, before you jump more than 3 feet, hear me out. I knew that some people had said they didn't believe. I heard about this company. And because sometimes you hear things and it sounds so good, you want to believe it, that you just parrot what you heard without checking it. But this was so important, I got on the phone. I called the chairman of the board, and fortunately I was able to speak with him. Here's what I'd heard, that his company, which has 150 outlets all over America, uses a polygraph test before they ever hire anybody. They've been doing it for a number of years. There are many thousands of people involved. And one of the questions they always ask is, do you believe there is a God? In every single case, when they said no, the polygraph needle just went off the board. They were lying when they said they didn't. Fascinating. Fascinating. Faith, very, very important. We need to have faith in ourselves. We need to have faith in our fellow human beings. Faith in the company we work with. Faith in this democracy which we have here in America. Faith, if you will, in God. If we have that faith, we'll always have something to fall back on. Another foundation stone that's so important is the foundation stone of love. On January 1988, I was reading the Guidepost magazine, and Mother Teresa made this observation. I have seen the starving, but in your country, I have seen an even greater hunger, and that is the hunger to be loved. I was reading Grit magazine, picked up this little story by Robert Hastings. was telling the story of this little girl, about 11 years old apparently, who had her little brother who was developmentally delayed, slightly retarded. And she was looking after him in the drugstore. And the little guy was pulling things off the shelf and playing there with him in the aisle. And the druggist saw it, and he came out and read him the riot act. I mean, he really chewed him out good. Chastised him quite severely. The little boy did not do anything. He just kept sitting there. His big sister leaned down and whispered some things in his ear. He immediately picked up the things he had taken off the shelf and put them back in place. Then the little girl looked up at the druggist and said, "He just doesn't understand the kind of talk you were giving him." She said, "I just love it into him." And he understands that. Love is a language that's understood everywhere. George Washington Carver said this: "How far you go in life depends on your being tender with the young, compassionate with the aged, sympathetic with the striving, and tolerant of the weak and the strong, because someday in life you will have been all of these." I think the most unusual love story I've ever read was written by Louis Timberlake. This book, It's Always Too Soon to Quit, tells the story of the giraffe. I don't know if you knew this or not, but did you know that giraffes are the only animals who give birth to their young standing up? I didn't know that. Now, I want to see if I can paint this picture in your mind. Now, Mama Giraffe is one more big lady. I mean, she is way up in the air. And Baby Giraffe has got to drop about 6 feet down to the hard ground. Can't you imagine the shock on the system? There you've been in a very comfortable position. I mean, a recliner built in, and it's temperature controlled, you know, and lined with fluid 1 minute, and all of a sudden, boom, you're expelled, and there you're bouncing up around on that ground. What does Mama Giraffe do then? Well, Mama Giraffe maneuvers the baby giraffe until it's at least has its back up. Then she does a strange thing. She starts kicking that baby giraffe. I don't mean she nudges him. I mean she rides back and she bust him one. And then she come up and she bust him again. Can't you just imagine? Now, I don't claim to know the thought processes of baby giraffes. But can't you just imagine what that baby giraffe must be thinking, you know, as it looks up? Well, you know, that big thing looks just like I do. What's she doing kicking me? Don't you know the shock to the system must be enormous, moving from comfort 1 minute to pain the next minute, and Mama Giraffe keeps kicking, and finally the baby giraffe wobbles to its feet on those shaky legs, you know. Then Mama Giraffe kicks him again and knocks him back down. Can't you imagine that baby giraffe saying, "Well, make up your mind. I mean, you got me up, now you kick me back down." Strange way to show love, isn't it? But why does Mama Giraffe do that? Very simple. The baby giraffe is considered a rare delicacy. And the predators gather quickly. And the only way that baby giraffe has got a chance at survival is not only to be able to get up, but to get up quickly and be ready to move. Now, once the baby giraffe is up and moving quickly, then Mama Giraffe nurses the baby. Love, real love, is when you do the things which are best for the person you love. Not necessarily always the things that they want, but they do the things which are best for them. The next foundation stone we're going to talk about is loyalty. And I speak not only of loyalty to your mate, but loyalty to your company, loyalty to your employer. Personal observation. I've been beating the bushes for several years. I've met some remarkable people. I've shared the platform with 2 presidents of the United States. I've gotten to be friends with some of the entertainers. I know at least 3 people who are worth in the neighborhood of $1 billion. That's some more neighborhood, I'll tell you that. I've dealt with some of the outstanding athletes and entertainers and speakers and writers and authors of our time. But for over 14 years, I was in direct sales. I've knocked on literally thousands of doors. I've been in homes where I could literally see the ground through the floor and see the stars through the roof. I've crossed every socio-economic, racial, ethnic line that our country has to offer. And I can say without reservation that I've never known a happy man or a happy woman who was married who was not 100% loyal to their mate. Period. Now, folks, I'm not preaching. Sounds like it, I bet you. I'm not moralizing. I'm simply saying, what is it that we want in life? You remember back in the first presentation I said everybody wants to be happy? Well, let me tell you, I've never known a happy married person who was not loyal. So all I'm saying is, if you want to be happy and you're married, you don't have any option. Now, I've seen some guys and gals who appeared to be having an hilarious time. But when they got in the quietness of their own mind, looking themselves in the mirror, then that happiness literally was not there. Critics and scoffers might say, well, this approach is a little too moralistic for me, but let me tell you what Sergeant Joe Friday, you remember Sergeant Joe Friday? Old Joe, you know, used to say the facts, ma'am, just the facts. That's all I want, just the facts. I would just like to give you the facts. Korn Ferry International, an executive search firm from New York, in conjunction with the UCLA School of Management, did a study of 1,361 vice presidents here in our society. Their average income was $215,000. They were mobile, they were upward bound, they were seeking the presidencies of corporations. The average length of time they had been with their corporation was 15 years. The most successful ones had never changed jobs but twice. 87% of them were still married to their one and only wife. 92% of them were raised by two-parent families. 89% of them had 2, 3, 4, or more children. 71% said that when they had extra time, they spent it with their families. Also, 87% of them were Catholic, Jewish, or Protestant. Now, why do I mention this? I mention it because it shows a high degree of loyalty, and it shows a high degree of success when they do have these qualities upon which they have built. You see, there's a lot of confusion about high performers and workaholics. There's a lot of difference. The workaholic essentially works out of fear or greed. The peak performer works out of love. Works out of love. Anthropologist John D. Unwin did a study, covers over 4,000 years, and it covers over 80 civilizations. And he discovered that in every case, that when the families fell, the civilization fell. And he discovered there was a reason for that. When people have strong moral values and strong family commitments, then they're able to use their most creative energy. And we have a lot of surplus creative energy. And so once we have supplied our needs, we can take that surplus creative energy, and that's where we develop the surplus in our society. But that individual who is not loyal to his mate, who dissipates that extra energy outward, then is not able to provide the surplus. And over a period of time, the society is weakened and it falls. I'm talking about the practical approach when I talk about this. October 28, 1983, USA Today did a study on the U.S. Marines. I know my friends in the Navy and the Army and the Air Force, they use a lot of our material. They might be upset, but Sergeant Joe Friday says, the facts, ma'am, that's the facts, that's all I want, and here they are. Did you know that out of the Fortune 500 companies in America today, that 175 of them are headed by former U.S. Marines? Isn't that fascinating? I wonder if it's a coincidence that the Marine Corps motto is always faithful. They teach honor, loyalty, character, duty, trust, and love of country. Good foundation to build on. Now, I know a lot of people say, now, wait a minute, Zig. Wait a minute. Are you saying that if I build a good solid foundation like this, that I can get all of these things? I can be happy and healthy and at least reasonably prosperous and secure and have friends and peace of mind and a good family relationship? No, I'm not saying you can get them all if you have the foundation stones, but I'm going to put it in the other way. If you don't have all of the foundation stones, there's no way you can get them all. You can get part of them, but you can't get them all. You might say, well, now, wait a minute, biggest crook in town. I know that sucker, biggest crook in town. Makes more money than anybody, has a lifestyle that anybody would envy. And I'll tell you, that guy with all the money is the biggest crook I've ever seen. I had a young man in my office. His marriage was dissipating. His health was being affected. He was literally working himself to death. He had a hero. His hero was very successful financially, and he was modeling his life after him. I queried the young man we visited, and I said, well, now let me ask you what it is that you want in life. And I've done this on many occasions. What is it you want out of life? And it boiled down, he wanted to be happy, he wanted to be healthy, he wanted to be prosperous, he wanted to be secure, he wanted to have friends, he wanted to have peace of mind, he wanted a good family relationship. I said, well, now, you've chosen a model. Let's explore and see just how successful he is. I said, how happy is he? He said, well, I don't really think he is. I do know that he has a lot of ulcers. I said, well, you've just answered two questions at once. We'll put the healthy aspect on it. We'll give him a low grade on that one, and we'll give him a low one on the happy too, because that indicates there. I said, how many friends does he have? Well, he said, I'm not certain he has anybody but me. And he said, really, I'm not a friend. I just kind of admire what he's been able to do with his life. I said, how much peace of mind does he have? Oh, then I said, well, I answered that one, or you did, when you said he had those ulcers. So we give him a low grade on that. We went down the list. You know what the guy was successful in? Creating money. Period. Now, folks, as we'll talk about when we get into the area of goals in a later series, whatever goal you set, if it's an individual goal, you probably will get it. But you might be very miserable in the process. See, what I'm talking about is if you have this foundation, then you've got a chance to get all of these. A lot of times people say, now, wait a minute, Zig, I'm honest. I have character and integrity and trust and faith and love and loyalty, but I'm stone broke. Now, how do you explain that? Well, a lot of people build a foundation which would support a mansion, and then they proceed to build a chicken shack on the foundation. There's some things you got to do if we're going to get them all. Now, I talk about the guy making the money. It sounds like I'm putting money down. I really am not. I've had money and I haven't had it, and overall it's better to have it. Now, money's not everything, as you know. I mean, there are stocks and bonds and real estate. There are other things. And I kind of get tickled at people who say, well, I don't really want to make a lot of money. I think a person that say that would lie about other things, too. I really do. And a lot of people misunderstand it. They talk about cold, hard cash. And really, it's neither cold nor hard. It's soft and warm. Feels good. I mean, it'll go with anything you got. Not once has the redhead ever said, now, wait a minute, honey, I got to go change clothes because what I'm wearing won't go with what you're carrying. I mean, there's a perfect combination. It goes with any of those. But what I'm saying is this. Money is just one of the things. Again, we want to look at quality of life. Once you've really laid that foundation, we want to follow the advice the old minister gave. Somebody asked him, why are you so effective? He said, well, I always tell people what I'm going to tell them. Then I tell them, and then I tell them what I told them. Here's what we're going to do. In this series, we're going to be looking at taking these steps up to the top. See, once you've built your foundation, you've got to build a solid attitude. You've got to have the right attitude. Then we got to build a good, healthy self-image. Now, what we do is we never make a promise without a plan. I'll never tell you you got to have a good attitude unless I say, here's step 1, step 2, step 3. Here's the way you do it. I'll never say you got to have a good, healthy self-image unless I say, here's the way you get that healthy self-image. I'll never say you got to build winning relationships unless I say, here's the way you build those relationships, and you go right on up to the top. Build those goals. Set those goals. You got to want to, and obviously you have got to have the desire to be successful. Once the foundation is laid, you take those steps. As you look at the stairway to the top, you can see over here, we have a picture of the elevator. But it says the elevator to the top, as my good friend John Hammond says, is out of order. You're going to have to take the stairs, and you're going to have to take them one at a time. That's what we'll be doing. We'll be taking those stairs, and we will be taking them one at a time. I was out in California last week, and coming back, we flew over Arizona, New Mexico, and West Texas. And as I would look down on that land below, you'd see miles and miles and miles of desert. And then all of a sudden, you would see a patch of civilization, and it would be lush and beautiful and green. And I was reminded again that all they did was add the water. And the water changed it from a desert to a very productive area. See, you've got everything you need. What we're going to do is we're going to add the water. We're going to be developing these qualities and sharing with you how you take these steps, because when you take those steps, then at the top of the stairway there are some incredibly beautiful things. It's amazing. And now, my friends, whether you're in Decision Valley or on Hesitation Hill, or even if your career or personal life is already in high gear, let me urge you to fasten your seatbelt, because you're on a trip to the top. It's an exciting trip with more suspense than an Alfred Hitchcock thriller, more action than a John Wayne Western, more drama than a Shakespearean play, and more fun than a three-ring circus. It's immersed in love, filled with laughter, and offers more true rewards than King Solomon's mines. In short, it's actually the owner's manual for your future. Success, real success, is much easier after you believe. But first, you must believe. So stick around. You're on your way to believing, which simply means you're on the way to the top. Particularly if you buy the ideas this story conveys. A number of years ago, out in the Midwest, a crew of workers were out working in the hot, blazing sun. A railroad train pulled up alongside. The last car on the train was a custom-built car. It was the traveling car for the president of the railroad. The car pulled on the siding. A window opened. The voice of the man inside called out, "Dave, is that you? Dave Anderson." And Dave Anderson, the foreman for the work crew, called back, "Yeah, Jim, it's me. Can you come on in and visit with me a little bit?" Well, old Dave was mighty glad to get out of the hot sun. He said, "I sure can." Well, he went in, and he and Jim Murphy had a visit there of about an hour. Then they bade each other goodbye, and Dave walked back out to his crew. And one of the crew members says, "Dave," said, "wasn't that Jim Murphy?" And Dave said, "Sure was." And the crew member says, "Well, he's the president of this railroad." And Dave said, "Well, I know that." And the guy says, "Well, y'all are buddies." He said, "We sure are." "Well, how on earth did y'all get to be buddies?" And Dave said, "Well, shucks, over 20 years ago, we went to work for this railroad on exactly the same day." And the crewman says, "Well, I'm puzzled. How is it that he is now the president of the railroad, and you're still out here working in this hot sun?" Dave Anderson shook his head, and he said, 23 years ago, I went to work for $1.75 an hour. Jim Murphy went to work for the railroad. Folks, you can have everything in life you want if you'll just help enough other people get what they want. Buy that idea, and I truly will see you, and yes, I do mean you, at the top. Thank you very much. We're going to start with a profound thought. You cannot tailor-make the situations in life, but you can tailor-make the attitude to fit those situations in life. And because your attitude is so important, and because it affects so many other people, and because it is catching, we want to always remember that as we explore our attitudes, we ask ourselves the question, is my attitude worth catching? Or if anybody does catch it, will they be worse off as a result of it? I believe this story says a whole lot about what I want to say. Mr. B called a meeting. Had all of his people together. He said, you know, we've got a wonderful company here. We're growing, we're expanding, and things are going well. But he said, I noticed that some of us are getting a little slack. Some come in a little late. Some leave a little early. Some spend too much time on coffee breaks. Some spend too much time on lunch breaks. Now, I recognize that a lot of that is my fault. I have not set the kind of an example that I should have been setting. So in the future, you can absolutely count on this. I'm going to come in a little early. I'm going to stay a little late. I'm going to restrict all personal phone calls, none of them. I'm not going to do anything while I'm on the job but be on the job. I will take shorter coffee breaks, shorter lunch breaks. Oh, he really made the commitment. It was quite a little speech, and he was very serious about it. But you know, sometimes in the excitement of the moment, we make those speeches, and then over a period of time, we kind of forget them, and that's what happened. About 3 weeks later, Mr. B was at a luncheon in the country club. Became engrossed in a business conversation, forgot about the time. And all of a sudden, he looked at his watch. He said, oh, my goodness, I'm due back at the office in 10 minutes. He hopped up, made a mad dash to the parking lot, hopped in his automobile, scratched off, burning rubber, doing about 90 miles an hour down the freeway, and the long arm of the law entered the picture. Gave him a ticket. Mr. B was absolutely furious. He said, this is ridiculous. Here I am, a peaceful, tax-paying, law-abiding citizen, minding my own business. Oh, I was going a little fast, I'll admit that. But what these guys ought to be doing is out looking for the robbers, the murderers, the rapists, and those people who are really bad guys. Leave us peaceful citizens alone. Oh, he was really upset. By the time he got to the office, he was quite late, and he did what management has done in some cases since the beginning of time. When they get their hand caught in the cookie jar, they say, look yonder, instead of look here. And so in a loud voice, he called for his sales manager, and everybody could hear him as he said, what I want to know is, did you close the deal on the Armstrong account? Sales manager kind of ducked his head. He said, Mr. B, I don't know what happened on that deal. He said, I thought I had it. I thought it was all wrapped up, signed, sealed, and delivered. But at the last moment, something happened, and it came unglued. Well, if you think Mr. B was upset before, you should have seen him now. He was absolutely furious. He said, this is ridiculous. You know, you've been my sales manager here for 15 years, and I've depended on you to bring in business. And now we have a chance to get the biggest account of them all, and what do? You blow it. Well, let me tell you something, friend. Just because you've been here 15 years does not mean that you've got a lifetime contract. I want that business replaced. We needed that to do the expansion that we needed to do, and here you've lost the biggest opportunity we've ever had. You replace that business, or I'm going to replace you. Oh, he was upset. But if you think he is upset, you should have seen the sales manager. He goes storming out of his office. He slammed the door behind him, muttering under his breath, this is ridiculous. For 15 years, I'm the one who brought in all the business. If it hadn't been for me, this company would have gone down the tube years and years ago. And now just because I missed one lousy sale, he uses a cheap trick. He threatens to fire me. This is not fair. Oh, he was upset. He called his secretary and he said, you know those 5 letters I gave you this morning? Have you gotten them out, or have you been fooling around doing something else, making excuses about not getting your job done? She said, no. Now, don't you remember? You said to me that the Hilliard account took precedence over everything else, and that's what I've been working on. He said, don't give me any more lousy excuses. I told you I wanted those letters out, and I'm going to tell you right now, if you can't get them out, I'll get somebody who can. Just because you've been here 7 years does not mean that you've got a lifetime contract. Oh, he was really upset. But if you think he is upset, you should have seen that secretary. She goes storming out of his office and said, this is ridiculous. For 7 years, I've been running this company. As a matter of fact, if it weren't for me, they'd have gone down the tube years and years ago. And now just because I can't do 2 things at once, he uses a cheap, lousy trick threatening to fire me, and him fire me as much as I know about him. Who is he kidding? Oh, she was really upset. She went out to the switchboard operator's desk. She said, I got these 5 letters. I want you to get them out. Now, I know ordinarily this is not your job, but you don't do anything anyhow but sit out here and occasionally answer the telephone. I want these letters out, and if you don't get them out, I'll get somebody who can. Oh, she was upset. But if you think she was upset, You should have seen that switchboard operator. She said, this is ridiculous. They don't do anything in the back but gossip, drink coffee, talk on the telephone. Every once in a while, they get a little bit of work out. And the minute they get behind, they come out here and they put it on my desk and say, now, you got to get this out. And I'm the only one that does anything around here. Hadn't been for me, the company had gone out of business years and years ago. Oh, she was really upset. But she got the letters out. She got home. She was still furious. She walked in the front door. First thing she saw was her son laying there on the floor watching television. The second thing she saw was a big old rip right across the seat of his britches. And she said, son, how many times have I got to tell you, when you come home from school, put your play clothes on. Mother has a hard enough time as it is working and sending you through school. Now, because you've been disobedient, upstairs right now, going to be no supper for you tonight and no television for the next 3 weeks. Oh, she was really upset. But if you think she is upset, you should have seen that little boy. He hopped up, running out of the room and said, this is ridiculous. I was doing something for my own mother. She doesn't even give me a chance to explain it. It's not fair. He was upset, and about that time, his tomcat walked right in front of him, which was a mistake. Boy reached down and gives the tomcat a big old boot, and he said, now, you get out of here. You've probably been up to some no good yourself. Now, here's my question. Wouldn't it have been much better if Mr. B had just gone directly from the country club to that switchboard operator's house and kicked that cat himself and left all of those other people out of it? You see, ladies and gentlemen, I've got a very important question. Whether you're here in this live audience or listening to this recording, here's the question. Whose cat have you been kicking lately? Or have you been letting somebody else kick your cat? You see, the truth is we live in a negative cat-kicking world. I mean, it is all around us. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever been in a coffee shop or restaurant? All you want is a cup of coffee. You walk in, you sit down, and you sit there. And you sit there, and you sit there. And finally, a waiter or waitress comes by, you know, and you timidly hold up your hand and say, ma'am, can I have a cup of coffee, please? Can't you see that I'm busy? I'll get to you as quick as I can. I can't be in 3 places at once. I mean, at that point, do you look back there and say, well, you don't have to bite my head off about it, do you? Do you respond, which is positive, or do you react, which is negative? See, you get sick, go to the doctor, he gives you a prescription, says, see me tomorrow. Now, if when you walk in the next day, he shakes his head and says, uh-oh, your body is reacting to the medicine, you get uptight. But if he or she smiles and says, oh boy, it's working, your body is responding to treatment, then you get all excited. Respond is positive, react is negative. Do you react to the negative situations like the waiter or waitress, or do you understand that it has nothing whatever to do with you? See, somebody had been kicking her cat long before you got there. Nothing to do with you. Were you ever in a traffic situation, traffic about 2 miles in front of you, about 2 miles behind you, and some idiot behind you sits on his horn? Do you turn around and say, can't you see we got traffic up there? Why don't you? I mean, do you get all upset about it? Or do you understand, got nothing to do with you? Somebody's been kicking his cat all day long. I want you to think about this. Whether you respond to life or react to life determines how far you're going to go in life. See, the bum in the Bowery and the mother of the year have got lots in common. The most successful person you know and the most unsuccessful person you know have got lots in common. You see, everybody on the face of this earth have had setbacks, despondent moments, defeats, and disappointments. But the successful people are those people who respond to the setbacks and the disappointments and the negative people in life. How do you respond when you're passed over for a promotion? How do you respond when you expect that shipment to get out on time, meaning an extra bonus for you, and it does not? You see, the way we respond is going to make a tremendous difference, and that's what this segment really is all about. How do we learn to respond instead of reacting to the negative situations of life? Now, in order to do that, we've got to take a layman's look at the way the mind works. Because somebody said, and I believe they're right, If you know how to do something and do it, you'll always have a job. But if you know how to do it and why it should be done this way, you'll be the one who'll be in charge. So let's look from a layman's perspective at the way the mind works. First of all, the mind works somewhat like a garden. You know, we know that if we plant beans, we're going to raise beans. If we plant potatoes, we're going to raise potatoes. In the mind, if we plant a positive, we will raise a positive. If we plant a negative, we will raise a negative. In the garden, though, we don't plant a bean to raise a bean. When we plant a bean, we expect to get a lot of beans from it, do we not? Well, you see, the mind is that way because we have a magnificent imagination. As a matter of fact, somebody said America's not the strongest nation on earth. Russia's not the strongest nation on earth. It's imagination, which is the strongest nation on earth. And so when we plant a thought, our imagination takes it, begins to work on it, expands it a great deal. That's why sometimes one positive thought can bring magnificent results, and one negative implant can bring incredibly negative results. We need to understand that. Now, the mind also, in layman's language, works like the computer. You know, in the computer, we've learned that if you want to change the output, you got to change the input. When you put the good stuff in, you get the good stuff out. The Bible says, as you sow, so also shall you reap. But the mind also works like a bank, and this one, in many ways, somewhat intrigues me. Now, you know, in the bank, as a general rule, you are the only one that makes deposits in your account. At least that's always the way it's been worked at my account. So far, I've never caught anybody making a deposit in my bank account. I'm also the only one, fortunately, who makes those withdrawals from that bank account. Now, in the mind, however, anybody or anything can make deposits in your mind. And so in that respect, it's completely unlike the deposits made at the bank, because generally you're the only ones that make those deposits. But an overheard conversation, flip on the radio or television, listen to some kind of recording, and you see somebody else is making deposits in your bank. Now, if they're good deposits, that's wonderful. If they're not good deposits, that's not so good. Now, in your mind bank, you have two tellers. You've got a positive teller and a negative teller, and they're both very obedient. They will do exactly what you tell them to do. Now, when an opportunity, some folks call them problems, those negative ones, when an opportunity arises, you're going to go either to the negative teller to make a withdrawal to solve it, or you're going to go to a positive teller to make a withdrawal to solve it. If you go to the negative teller, you know what the negative teller is going to say? Well, now look, you remember the same situation arose less than 3 weeks ago and you blew it. I've never seen anybody make such an idiot out of themselves as you did. I mean, you just flat dropped the ball in every way. Or you go to the positive teller, and the positive teller will say, hey, this would be a piece of cake for you. Listen, do you remember last August when the same thing came up and you handled it like a champ? And then later in October it came up again and you went through it. I mean, you handled it magnificently well. Now, if we've been making the deposits in the mind and hands of the positive teller, then we go to the positive teller for our withdrawals. But if our deposits have been negative deposits to the negative teller, then that's the one we're going to approach. Now, here's some good news. Until very recently, I'd always been under the impression that it was simply the weight of numbers. That if you had 1,000 positive deposits and 1,001 negative deposits, that you'd go to the one where the most numbers were. But now we have come to know that it is not just the weight of numbers, but rather the impact of the deposit. In other words, if somebody softly and casually says something that you might or might not have complete faith in, it would have minimal impact. But on the other hand, if somebody in whom you have confidence tells you with a tremendous amount of conviction and excitement and enthusiasm that this is the way it is, then you can change more quickly from the negative to the positive. I mention that because, you see, over a period of a lifetime, there might have been an awful lot of people and a lot of events and circumstances which have had an awful lot of negative deposits in your mind. And I want to tell you today that when you start vigorously, excitedly, and enthusiastically making those positive deposits, you can reasonably soon overcome those negatives. But those deposits make a difference. I love the story of the old Eskimo. Up in Alaska, they had dog fights in this little village. And the Eskimo had two dogs. One was a black dog, one was a white dog. And every Saturday he would take them in to this little village and they would have dog fights. And his two dogs always fought. This went on for several years until finally they retired the two dogs. They just got too old to put on a good show. Well, one of the people after that asked the old Eskimo, you know, I noticed that when you brought your dogs in, that one week the black dog would win and one week the white dog would win. But I noticed that invariably you always managed to bet on the winning dog. Now, here's my question. How did you always know which dog to bet on? With a sly grin, the old Eskimo said, well, I always bet on the dog I'd been feeding all week. Now, let me tell you the teller that I'm going to bet on. I'm going to bet on the one you've been feeding all week. It's a matter of choice, you see, as to what happens there. We go through life making choices. You can choose to be happy, or you can choose to be sad. You can choose to be enthusiastic, or you can choose not to be. They tell me that we can even choose to be insane. In some cases, there are some people, in order to escape the responsibilities of life, will actually take that route. Every choice, however, has an end result. Again, I want to say, as I did in the first 3 sessions on this series, that by the time we get through, I want to have you so conscious of what's going into your mind that you will ask yourself the question when you pick up a book or look at a magazine or turn on the television set or go to the movie or look at a VCR. You'll ask yourself the question, am I making a positive deposit in my future, or will this deposit actually have a tendency to hamper and hinder my progress in life? Interesting fact, if I were to come into your home with a pail of garbage and dump it on your living room floor, the odds are enormous that one of 3 things would happen. You would either whip me physically, or call the law and have me arrested, or get your gun and say, now, Ziggler, I'll just bet you can clean that mess up. And I'll bet I could clean it up, too. But for the next several weeks, maybe months, you'd still be talking about that crazy guy that came in and dumped garbage on my living room floor. I ought to shot the guy. That's what I ought to do. Wish I had, as a matter of fact. I mean, it is a big deal. I dumped garbage on your living room floor. And yet, for whatever reason, though the damage is infinitely greater and far longer lasting, because, you see, it is a fact that everything you've ever seen or heard or smelled or tasted, or touched, or even thought about, has become a part of you forever. Now, yes, it's true that we can bury it, and I want to emphasize that. Again, to quote Dr. Tony Campola, regardless of what our past has been, and regardless of the fact that our past has influenced what we are today, our past is not nearly as important as the way we see the future. And again, Dr. Maxwell says if there's faith in the future, there is power in the present. But I just want you to understand that those deposits really do make a difference, whatever the deposits are. Now, that includes self-talk. See, 77% of our self-talk is negative. Now, interestingly enough, 77% of all illnesses are psychosomatic. Intriguing is that when you begin to explore it, I think of Teresa Jones from Wilmington, Delaware. She was diagnosed as having a very serious kidney problem. A number of tests revealed that she was going to have that kidney removed. And she went in the hospital, and she was in the operating room, and they were preparing her for surgery. And then they ran that last test to determine, really, is this exactly what we need to do? And the last test revealed that she really did not have the problem they had thought she had had, and so they did not perform the surgery, though she was already out and prepared for the surgery. When she awakened some while later, the first thing she said when she awoke, oh, my back, You see, in her mind, when she was put to sleep, she was going to wake up hurting. And that input, that self-inducement, was absolutely there, the common cold. They now know that if when you first feel the symptoms coming on, that if you will go to the doctor and get some medicine for it, that you will be able to eliminate the cold in an average of 1 week. But if you don't do something about it, you're going to have that sucker for 7 days. Interesting fact, there seems to be virtually nothing that can be done about it unless, of course, you catch it before it really gets a foothold and load yourself up on vitamin C, and that seems to be doing some things with it. But did you know that you are 11 times as likely to catch the cold when you are emotionally down as you are at any other time? Stinking thinking really costs us in a lot of ways, doesn't it? As we'll say a number of times, ultimately it leads to hardening of the attitudes, which is by far the most deadly disease on the face of this earth. Input in our mind, whether our own thinking or what somebody else dumps in, does have an impact. I love the story that Wendell Johnson tells in his book, People in Quandaries. He tells about this missionary who was working with Indians on reservations. And he just happened to notice that the Indians there, not a single full-blooded Indian on reservation, stuttered. And so he became a little curious about this, and he let that word out. And then a scientific study was done of all of the Indians in America on reservations. And they discovered that not a single Indian on a reservation stuttered. Then they studied all of the Indian languages and dialects, and they found out why Indians don't stutter. You see, in the Indian languages and dialects, there is not a single word for stutter. And if there's no word for stutter, how are you going to stutter? Because you see, as we pointed out earlier, words paint pictures in the mind, and then the mind goes to work to complete the picture. Interesting phenomena when you begin to analyze that. You tell somebody it is impossible, you cannot do it, the tendency is not to give it the effort. But if you tell them it's going to be difficult, but you can do it. I think of dyslexia, for example. Now, you see, that is a learning involvement there that makes it far more difficult for them to read than it does you and I. But we know so many hundreds of stories of people who had that, quote, opportunity and overcame it with flying colors. It was tremendously difficult. But a lot of people accept challenge. But when you tell somebody it is impossible, it cannot be done, you see, that's what discourages people. Hope is the ingredient that we want to inject. We also like to always stress the fact that it is not easy. Life is tough, but when you're tough on yourself, then life is going to be infinitely easier on you. In America today, we have over 40,000 schools teaching you how to do different things. You can learn how to trim toenails or take out tonsils. You can learn how to run a computer or drive a 40-ton rig. You can learn how to curl hair, or you can learn how to massage bodies. There are over 40,000 jobs in this country. Over 40,000 schools teaching these various professions, but there's not a single one who will teach anybody how to be any better than mediocre. unless they've got the right mental attitude. Extensive studies done at Harvard University and Stanford University and other independent studies have revealed that 85% of the reason that people get jobs and get ahead in those jobs is because of the fact that they have the right mental attitude. The Cox Report, released in U.S. News and World Report, I believe it was in 1985, revealed a study of over 11,000 successful executives. 49% of those executives said their attitude played an extremely significant role in their success. 46% said their attitude played a significant role in their success. And yet in our educational structure today, over 95% of our time and dollars are spent teaching facts, figures, and formulas, and only 5% is devoted to developing the right attitude. And tragically, most of that 5% is built around the athlete. The athletic event itself, the bands, the cheerleaders, the parades, the assemblies, the bonfires, all of that is centered around that. And the average student, therefore, really does not have the opportunity. Now, the exceptions are that many educators, many of the teachers weave in the information in their regular classes. As you know, in our company, we have over 7,000 schools which are teaching our I Can course, which teaches exactly the same principles that we are learning right here. Your attitude makes a big difference. It's the little bitty things, though, that make the big difference. You know, fellas, you call a girl a kitten and she'll just love you. Call her a cat. You got an entirely different situation. Say she's a vision, you score all kinds of points. Call her a sight, you're in trouble. It is one thing to tell a young lady that she looks like the first day of spring. It is something altogether different to tell her that she looks like the last day of a long, hard winter. I mean, it's the little things that make the big difference. Many years ago, I heard a formula, which I happen to believe is correct. And the formula simply is ability times effort equal results. I believe that's a valid formula. Now, you might be listening to this in your car as you ride down the highway, or those of you in this live audience might be thinking to yourself, there they go again, they're always trying to get me to work harder. As you will hear me say later on, chances are pretty good that I'll try to get you to work easier or fewer hours. I definitely believe that you've got to have it organized. Now, what we're going to show you to do is, through your goals, to identify what really is important. Let me tell you what we did in our own company. At our last executive retreat, we have one each year, where the officers in our company and department heads, along with their mates, go off for about 4 days of serious talk, and we also have a couple afternoons of fun and fellowship together. Each evening, we discuss something of significance, something that really is important to all of us. The major topic of discussion introduced the first night at dinner, we have a 3-hour dinner, and continued every night while we were there, was incredibly enough how we can get our top people in our company to work fewer hours. Now, it's not that we're benevolent. Believe me, we are an organization that must make a profit. Our first responsibility is to make a profit. Because if we don't make a profit, then our 80-plus people, including myself, would soon be unemployed. And I would not approve of such an arrangement at all. Then why do I make such a to-do about that? I make such a to-do of it because balance is the key. And if you don't look after the family and don't look after your health and don't look after the other things, you might get more production this year, but in 3 years, something is going to happen, and it ain't going to be good. We're looking at the long haul. There's a lot of confusion, an enormous amount, as a matter of fact, about what motivation and positive thinking really is all about. Several years ago, I was on 60 Minutes, and it was a very unusual experience. The correspondent was so skeptical he'd demand a bacteria count on the milk of human kindness. That old boy honestly thinks somebody pushed Humpty Dumpty. I mean, you have seen the kind. Little town he was raised in wanted to start a pessimist club, but nobody thought it'd work. They voted on a procrastinators club, but it's 44-0 to wait. Well, anyhow, first cracker out of the barrel, the first words he said to me after the mic and cameras were turned on were these: Mr. Zigglar, you're one of these positive thinkers. Go all over the country talking about positive thinking, making money, going to the top. He said, you're so positive, he said, you think you could whip Muhammad Ali? Well, that's dumb, even though I fought in the ring 2 years. Instead of the worst I ever finished was second. As a matter of fact, the only reason I quit was because of my hands. The referee kept stepping on them, you know. No, I don't think I could whip Muhammad Ali. I don't even think I could take your appendix out, sir, and have you live. But I tell you what, I'll bet you. I'll bet if you and I were on a desert island all by ourselves, 1,000 miles from everybody else, and all of a sudden you said, oh, my side hurts, and I'd say, let me see. I'd put my hand on your side, it's burning up with fever. I'd say, man, you got appendicitis, but that's no big deal. I've been watching a lot of television recently, seen no less than a dozen doctor shows in the last month alone, and they were specializing in appendectomies, and I watched them real good. It's not a complicated operation, and I got a good sharp knife with me. I got some good powerful germ-killing medicine, and you know me, I'm so optimistic I'd go after Moby Dick in a rowboat and take the tartar sauce with me. I believe. Man, I believe we're going to get him out of there. I believe you're going to make it. Now, I believe you would prefer that I take that approach instead of me looking at you and saying, man, you're going to die. Now, there isn't a doctor alive who would not agree with this next statement. The first approach would give you a better chance of survival than the second approach would. But folks, stay with me, because I think this is one of the most significant points that I will make throughout the entire series. I really do. I get awfully nervous and uptight when I hear any speaker stand in front of an audience and say, with positive thinking, you can just do anything. They have not thought it through. Positive thinking won't let you do anything. No way. I think of Wilt Chamberlain. I don't know how many of you are basketball fans, but Wilt Chamberlain was the first legitimate 7-foot basketball player in the National Basketball Association. Scored over 20,000 points, scored 100 points in one game. Of all of the people on this earth who you would have to identify as being a positive thinker, you would have to agree that Wilt Chamberlain was a positive thinker. And yet I'm absolutely convinced, there's no doubt in my mind about it, that Wilt Chamberlain would have been a total and complete failure as a jockey. See, there are limits to what we can do. I don't care how positive I got. I could not perform major surgery on you and have you live. I don't care how positive I got. I couldn't whip a boxing champion or play basketball in the NBA or football in the NFL. I don't care how positive I got. I could not give you a lecture on nuclear physics. There are many things that I cannot do. I don't care how positive I got. Positive thinking won't let you do anything. But it will let you do everything better than negative thinking will. Let me ask the live audience, can you emotionally and intellectually buy that idea? That makes sense, doesn't it? That makes sense. You see, unrealistic expectations are the seedbed of depression and frustration and disappointment. And when you tell somebody that with positive thinking, you can just do anything, and then they think real positive and it doesn't happen, then you see they've got some serious problems. Positive thinking will do this also. It will let you use the ability which you have. I'll give you some examples. Out of our students in our classes, in ICANN courses all over the country, we did one survey of over 1,500 students. 46% of those kids made better grades in their other subjects. Drug usage came down, violence and vandalism came down substantially. Self-images improved, attitudes improved, but 46% of them made better grades in their other subjects. Right down here in Muleshoe, Texas, the first year the course was taught, Jerry Johnson was the teacher. 44 kids were in the class. They were juniors and seniors. 19 of the 44, that's 43%, made the honor roll for the first time in their lives. Convince them they can learn, they can be successful. They're not going to quit. It really, in most cases, is almost that simple. The child or the student who does not think he can learn, who does not think he can pass, won't study. Now you change that attitude, convince them they can learn, they will open their books and study. It is the attitude that made the difference. I still haven't said it's easy. You will hear me repeat it many times. Life is not easy. Life's tough. But when you're tough on yourself, then life is going to be infinitely easier on you. It's just an absolute fact of life that negative people seldom persist. They throw in the towel at the first sign of difficulty. Always. What this will do is let you use the ability you have. Let me share this with you to maybe explain how it relates to grades. I want to tell you your story, and you'll recognize it immediately. When you were in school, you took a test. You walked out of the test, and one of your buddies said, "How'd you do?" You said, "Daggone it all, I can't believe it. I studied that formula, I had it down letter perfect, went over it 5 times last night, and then I got in there and I did what I always do. I forgot it, I can't believe I did." Am I talking to you? Now, let me tell you why you forgot it. You forgot it because you instructed yourself to forget it. Very simple. That is the reason you forgot it. Now, in I Can, and in this series, we simply teach you to change the input. Now, I want to emphasize something. If that young'un, if that student, if that child has not studied their lessons, all the positive thinking in the world is not going to produce the right answer on the test. But if they have studied and stored the information, positive thinking, an optimistic outlook will release that information, and they'll be able to communicate it either verbally or write it out on the test question. Does that make any sense to you? So you got to have the information in there. It works something like this. When we walked in here this morning, this room was dark. They started flipping switches, and then it was light. Now, flipping the switches did not generate any electricity. What flipping the switches did was release the electricity, which was stored and ready to use. Now, had that electricity not been stored earlier, we could still be flipping switches, and we still would not be in a lighted room. And I don't care how many positive thinking switches the student switches, if they haven't stored the information by studying, which requires work, then they still would not have the answers. What I'm saying is that if you want to run the marathon, you got to get in shape to run the marathon. You can't one day think positive and say, well, I'm going to go run the marathon. It just doesn't work that way. If you want to be a physician, you got to study and acquire and store that information. Positive thinking is not going to make you a physician. Motivation. What is it really all about? I get a lot of questions from the media concerning this particular thing. Their favorite question is, now, Zig, I know you're going to be talking to these people here this morning. I believe it'll be 3 hours, yeah? Are you going to get them excited? Well, shucks, I hope so, but most of them are already excited. That's the reason they're here. All right, Ziegler, ask me this question now. After you get these people all excited and so forth, where will they be a month from now, 6 months from now, a year from now? What they're really asking me is, Ziegler, is motivation permanent? The answer is no, motivation is not permanent. But then neither is bathing. But does that mean I am opposed to bathing? Not at all. As a matter of fact, I think so highly of it, I think you ought to do it every day. I mean, every day we ought to do our bathing, especially if we're using that new 23-hour deodorant. The company that makes it figures everybody's entitled to some time on their own. Is motivation permanent? The answer is no. Let me share with you how ridiculous some people are on this particular subject. I spoke in Washington for the National Council of Parents for Drug-Free Youth. Wonderful organization. Mrs. Reagan was there. Brooke Shields was there. She had done a commercial for them. I was the wind-up speaker that evening. Marvelously responsive audience. They laughed at all of my jokes, which incidentally is a sign of intelligence. They said good things about me. I woke up higher than a kite next morning. I mean, I was still all excited about the evening before. Went down to the restaurant to get my breakfast. And I was standing there awaiting my turn to be seated. There were about a dozen people behind me. The host had gone out to seat the couple in front of me. Now, I don't know how you stand when you stand, but when I stand, I just stand. For example, I don't know how to stand motivated. So I was just standing there. And these three ladies walked in, and they had been there the evening before. And as they approached, they spotted me, and whispering in tones that you could only hear about 150 yards, one of them said, "There's our speaker from the night before." Second one said, "Yes, and he is obviously a night person." Third one said, "He must be." He said, "He sure don't look motivated to me." Well, now, like I say, I don't know how you stand when you stand. But when I stand, I just stand. I don't know whether the ladies expected me to be standing there grinning out at everybody in the audience and waving my hand at them and jumping up and down at the same time. That's motivation. That's insanity. So many people think that the motivated, enthusiastic individual is wild and crazy. And that simply is not so. Enthusiasm itself comes from two Greek words, in theos, and it literally means God in us. Some of the most motivated, enthusiastic, excited people I have ever met in my life are basically very quiet. President of our company is a classic example, Ron Easinga. Ron is not a hand-clapping, whooping, shouting, hollering kind of a fella, but I'll guarantee you, you get around him for 3 minutes and you can sense the intense excitement which is there. Jim Savage is exactly the same way. And we can number them all over the place. I can give you hundreds of examples of that. Motivation is not being wild and jumping up and down and whooping and shouting. Now, why do we need motivation? Why is something like this so important? Why do we need it on a daily basis? We need it on a daily basis because demotivation is all around us. The reality is we live in a negative world. Dr. J. Allen Peterson, in his beautiful book, The Myth of the Greener Grass, reports on a computer study which says that over 90% of the input in our minds on a daily basis is of a negative nature. We see so much of it. Our terminology, our expressions, our phrases, too many times are negative. Our self-talk. Overweight person sits down at the table and says, "Everything I eat turns to fat." Negative. Parent sends a child off to school, "Now don't you get run over." Negative. They bring out a loaf of bread. What do they call the first slice on the loaf of bread? First slice. The heel or the end? Isn't that insane? You know, I never saw a loaf of bread in my life that didn't have two beginnings. Never, not even one. We wake up in the morning with the aid of an electronic rooster. What does the average person call that electronic rooster? Alarm clock. But they sound the alarm when the building catches on fire. That scares people. They sound the alarm when they're robbing a bank. That scares people. If you get up to an alarm, no wonder that scares people and makes them negative. It's an opportunity clock. Well, you think about it. If you can hear it, that gives you an opportunity to get up and go. If you can't hear it, that might mean you done got up and gone. We have two cars run together right out in the front of the building. 3 minutes later, somebody's saying, call the wrecker. And you done had to wreck. What you need is a tow truck. Our terminology is negative. We need to change it to the positive. Does it apply to everybody? I was coming in from out of town not too long ago. Dallas at night with the beautiful lights is magnificent. But as we were coming in, the captain of the aircraft, the head honcho, as we'd say down home, the daddy rabbit himself, got on the intercom and in that deep, resonant voice announced, we are now making our final approach. Scared the wits out of me. I told the stewardess, I said, quick, ma'am, go tell him to make it his next to final approach. I still got some things I really want to get done. How many of you folks here ever hit a golf ball? See your hands? Were you ever part of a foursome and some dude steps up to the tee and he dribbles the ball into the lake and he turns to the other three and says, I knew I was going to do that. Then why did he do it? That is not the object of the game. Why did not he back away and say, new program, and then step back up there and bust that dude right down the middle where he wanted it to go? You ever lay down late at night? Got to get up early the next morning? Last thing you do is you look at your watch and say, boy, I bet I'm going to be tired tomorrow. Isn't it amazing? We ask for what we don't want. Speaking in Sydney, Australia, I met a man named Graham Burra. He's a golf professional. He specializes in teaching blind golfers how to play golf. He said, Zig, now I never tell one of the golfers when they step up to the tee, now be careful, if you hook it, you're going to be out of bounds. And don't dare top it because you'll be in the creek. And if you push it off to the right, you'll be in the swamp. And if you hit it too far, you'll be in the highway. He said, what I always tell them is this. With that beautiful, smooth stroke you've got the right club in your hand, you've addressed the ball absolutely perfectly. Just give me that good old smooth stroke, which is yours, and that ball will end up right on the green. I paint a picture in their mind of what they want to have happen. See, really, folks, since the mind goes to work to complete the picture, that's the major purpose of this series, is to help you paint the pictures in your mind of what you want to have happen. Thank you. Basically, there are three kinds of motivation. The first kind is fear motivation. And maybe the best description I've heard of fear motivation took place out in West Texas, where a wealthy West Texan, now you know when Texans are rich, they are really rich. Well, this old boy was really rich. Tens of thousands of acres of land, thousands of heads of cattle, dozens and dozens of producing oil wells. Had a beautiful daughter. He decided to hold a coming out party. Now, in sales language, that means it's group prospecting. So he sent out a bunch of invitations to all of the young men within 50 miles of there. Invite him to his mansion for an evening of fun. It was a monstrous mansion, I mean gorgeous. Had an Olympic-sized swimming pool. Along about midnight, he invited all the young men out to the pool, which he had had the foresight to stock with water moccasins and alligators. Now, he said, the first one of you young men who is willing to jump in this pool and swim the length of it, he said, I'll give you three choices. I'll give you a choice of $5 million in cash, or 1,000 acres of my very best land, or I will give you the hand of my daughter in marriage. Now, as you undoubtedly know, she's our only heir, so whoever gets her will eventually get all of this. Well, no sooner were the words out of his mouth than there was a loud splash at one end of the pool. Followed almost immediately by the emergence of a dripping young man at the other end. He had just set a world's record that will never be approached. The host helped pull him out of the water and congratulated him profusely. Son, that's amazing. That's fantastic. Congratulations. Now, you got your choice. Do you want the $5 million in cash? He said, no, sir. Well, he said, do you want the 1,000 acres of my very best land? He said, no, sir. He said, then I assume you want the hand of my beautiful daughter in marriage. He said, no, sir. Well, son, he said, then what is it that you do want? He said, I want to know the name of that dude who pushed me in the swimming pool. Now, that's fear motivation. Now, let me emphasize, under certain circumstances, fear motivation does work. Sometimes an employer can effectively use it if an employee simply has not been paying attention to the job and say, your job is on the line. You will come in on time, you will utilize your time here, you will meet certain minimal standards, and if you do not, then I'm hereby giving you notice that you will be terminated. It is effective on occasion. You can't use it every week. Now, that is an absolute for sure. Fear motivation is also effective for the very young. For example, if you tell a 7-year-old, if I catch you with a cigarette in your hand now or in the future, I am going to warm your bottom good. I can tell you, based on the authority of the most knowledgeable drug authority in this country, that that really does work for the 6, 7, and 8-year-old. You try that on a teenager, and you've got an entirely different ball game. So fear motivation has certain limited applications. Then there is carrot motivation or incentive motivation, which we're all familiar with. I don't suppose there's a person in the business community who has not seen the picture of the donkey pulling the load with the carrot in front of him, implying that if the donkey will take the step, he's going to get the bite of carrot. Now, there got to be some factors at work in order to get the donkey to pull the load. First of all, he's got to be reasonably hungry. Second, the load has got to be light enough that he can pull it. And third, he's got to know that that carrot really is a good carrot. Now, if we do not occasionally let that donkey have a bite of that carrot, he's going to figure out it's a con game, and he's not going to continue to pull. The problem with letting him have the carrot is that satisfies his appetite, and he no longer is hungry, which is why he was pulling the load anyhow. So now what you got to do is sweeten the carrot and lighten the load. But in the business community, you reach a certain level. You only have so many dollars involved, and so if you make the carrot too sweet and the load too light, then the business loses money on that particular employee, and the cart grinds to a halt. So the third kind of motivation is the one that we really want to be thinking about, and that motivation is growth motivation. See, what we got to do is we got to change that donkey to a racehorse and make him want to pull the load. We got to learn how to do that. Dr. David McClellan at Harvard University did a 25-year hardline study, And he established precise scientific verification that you can change motivation by changing the way you think about yourself and your circumstances. Now, really, that's what this program is all about. From time to time, I get involved in discussions with some of my egghead friends about motivation. And one of the discussions always comes back. One of them will make the profound announcement that all motivation is self-motivation. Well, let me give you my thinking on that, because you see, I happen to believe that a lot of self-help books, a lot of speeches, a lot of recordings have helped an awful lot of people. In my own instance, which I talk about later, I tell the story of the impact Mr. P.C. Merrill had on my life. How, for 2.5 years, I was a complete failure as a salesman. Then I was exposed to him and his concepts, and that year I finished number 2 in the nation out of over 7,000 salespeople. Now, you would never be able to persuade me that he did not have some impact on me. I've talked to too many people who say, somebody else did this, and then I did the other. On Sunday afternoon, one of my favorite pastimes is on a good, cold, rainy day, I build myself a fire and watch the Cowboys. And I love to lay there watching the game, and if the game gets out of control, either we've got them beaten so badly that no longer has any interest for me, or I no longer, for whatever reason, am concerned about the game, then a lot of times I'll drop off for a little snooze. Invariably, when I awaken, my fire has died down. Now, all I do is I get up and I go over to the fire, and I get my poker and I do a little poking. And almost immediately the fire blazes up. How many of you have had that same experience? Now, I didn't put anything on. All I did was create some activity which creates a partial vacuum, bringing in a new supply of oxygen, which is what the fire needed, and we had the fire. Now, if I had not brought the oxygen in by doing the poking, then I'd have had no fire. It would have gone completely out. I believe there are a lot of people whose fires are there. They're smoldering. And they need a little motivation. They need a little poking in order for them to really catch fire and do the job with the ability they have, which they're capable of doing. Now, what do the smart folks, the scientists who've done the research, say about this kind of thing? New York Times, February the 3rd, 1987, had a fascinating article. Optimism, at least reasonable optimism, can pay dividends as wide-ranging as health, longevity, job success, and higher scores on achievement tests. Psychologist Martin Seligman, University of Pennsylvania, said that pessimistic kids don't do as well on achievement tests, even though they are just as intelligent. Exactly what we were talking about a while ago. Insurance salesmen who are optimistic sell 37% more in their first 2 years, and the pessimist is twice as likely to quit before they achieve their objective. It is the combination, and here's the key, it is the combination of reasonable talent and the ability to keep going in the face of defeat that leads to success. Now, that's what we've been talking about all the way through. Your attitude has a lot of different facets. The student who studies for grades will probably get the grades. But the student who studies for knowledge and information not only will get the grades, but will get better grades and will be able to take something with them when they get out of school. The worker who works hard enough to get the raise or promotion will in all probability get the raise and the promotion. But the worker who works with the concept that I really want to make a contribution here, taking the position that you can have everything in life you want if you will just help enough other people get what they want, is going to get further along. I could give you in our own company so many examples. We have a young lady who is been one of our top trainers. She started with us as a switchboard operator. She has a master's degree, but that's the only opening we had. She bought into this idea, and she followed the concept. She applied it. She didn't last a month on the switchboard. It was instantly obvious to us that what a waste of talent that would be. Today, one of our most valued employees. Another young man joined us, and the only opening we had was to travel with me and sell the books and tapes which we have. He did everything. I don't care what the job was. Nothing was too little for him to do. He gave it his best. When we gave him something bigger, I don't care how big it was, he also gave it his best. Today, he's a vice president in our company. When we do the job, hoping to do the job the very best and working to do the job the very best that we can, then the results are going to be there. Attitude has a lot of facets. I did a week-long seminar for the U.S. Navy a number of years ago in Pensacola, Florida. We were living in Atlanta at that time. When I flew back in, my 7-year-old daughter, Susan, was there with one of her buddies. And I was up front, of course, talking to the redhead, just chattering away, you know, about the trip and the excitement and so forth. And I heard out of the corner of my ear Susan's little buddy talking to her. And she said, "What does your daddy do?" And my daughter said, "Oh, he sells that positive thinking stuff." And the little girl said, "Positive thinking stuff? What's that?" And Susan said, "Oh, that's what makes you feel real good even when you feel real bad." You know, there might be a lot of validity to that observation. I was speaking in Flint, Michigan a number of years ago for the Board of Realtors. It was a luncheon. And as I sat there awaiting my turn to speak, I was engaged in conversation with the gentleman on my left, and I made the mistake of asking him how business was. And for the next 10 minutes, he elaborated on business. You know, he told me far more about it than I wanted to know, about how bad business was. General Motors is on strike. When General Motors is on strike, nobody buys anything from anybody. They're not buying any food and clothes. They sure aren't buying houses. If something doesn't happen quickly, I'm going to go out of business. He was the kind of guy that could brighten up a whole room, you know, by leaving it, if you know what I mean. Well, finally, somebody saved the day. They asked him a question, and I quickly turned to the little lady on my right, and I said, "Well, how's everything?" Now, I think you'll agree that gives her a lot of leeway. She can talk about a lot of different things. She looked at me and smiled and said, "Well, you know, Mr. Ziegler, General Motors is on strike." And I have to confess, I turned negative a little bit myself and thought to myself, "Oh, brother, I've done it again." But then she lighted up with the most beautiful smile you've ever seen in your life as she said, "So everything is magnificent." For the first time in months and months, these people have got plenty of time to go shopping for the home of their dreams. And they know that the strike is going to end. They know that right now they can buy a house cheaper than they'll ever be able to buy one again. And they go out and they really look at those houses and they are buying. She said, as a matter of fact, things have never been as good as they are right now. And then she kind of lowered her voice and she said, "Mr. Ziegler, do you know anybody down in Washington?" Now, this was before Watergate. So I said, "Yeah." As a matter of fact, I said, "I've got a nephew down there in school." And she said, "Oh, no. I mean, do you have anybody down there with some political muscle?" And I said, "Well, no, I don't. But why do you ask?" She said, "I was just thinking, if you knew somebody down there who could use their influence to keep this strike going, just 6 more weeks, that's all I need, just 6 more weeks, and I could quit for the year." Literally true. One man was going broke because the strike was on. One lady was getting rich because the strike was on. In a dozen different ways, I will say it. It is not what happens to you that determines how far you go in life, but it is what you do with what happens to you that's going to determine how far you go in life. During the Depression right here in Dallas, there was a season called baseball. It wasn't quite as long as it is today. The minor leagues were really good baseball. San Antonio had the power-laden team in the Texas League. The previous year, they had 7 players hit over 300. Now, to give you an idea of that significance, On an average, the last 5 years in the American League, an average of about 15 players hit 300 or more. There's one team with 7 players hitting 300. They knew they were going to win the pennant. I mean, it was locks. They had it hands down. But somehow or another, they lost the first game and the second and the third and the fourth. As a matter of fact, by the end of the 21st game, this power-laden team had lost 18 of the first 21. The pitcher was blaming the infield was blaming the outfield was blaming the catcher. Everybody was blaming everybody. But the net result is they were losing games. Now, the manager of the team was a fellow named Josh O'Reilly. Smart baseball man. He knew nothing was physically wrong with the team, but he knew they also were suffering from an acute case of stinking thinking. They played Dallas right here in Dallas, and Dallas beat them 1-0. The only hit San Antonio got was a scratch single by the pitcher, and Dallas at that time was the weakest team in the league. At that time, there was a fella close by named Slater. Slater was a, quote, faith healer. They said he could work absolute miracles. On the day of the second game, O'Reilly came into the clubhouse about an hour before game time, and he said to his players, "Give me your 2 best bats and get ready to win this game." He took their 2 best bats in his wheelbarrow, and he excitedly left the clubhouse. 10 minutes before game time, he came back in, called a meeting with them. He said, "Fellas, I have taken these bats to Mr. Slater. He's put his blessings on them. He says all we got to do is step up to the plate, take our cut at the ball. He says that we're going to hit the ball today like we've never hit it before. We're going to win the game. Not only will we win the game, but he says we're going to win the pennant." Now, this is the team that was beaten 1-0 the day before. Same 2 teams, same field, same circumstances. Only hit they'd gotten the day before was a scratch single by the pitcher. Today, 37 base hits, 11 home runs, 22 runs they scored that day. They won the game. They also went on to win the pennant. For years after that, Slater bats sold at an extraordinary premium in the Texas League. But the fascinating thing is this: nobody could ever verify that he, Slater that is, had even seen the bats. The question is this: suppose he had seen them. What could he do to a pile of wood? The answer is obviously nothing. But what could he do to the minds of the men who were swinging that wood? And the answer is a great deal. He set up that expectancy. And when you've got that expectancy, then things are going to happen. Now, let me say it again. Had I been the batter that day, you see, I don't know how to hit a baseball. My positive thinking still probably would not have produced a hit. But these men were professional ball players. They had the same skill they had the day before, but when you added the right thinking, that's what produces the results. It's the combination of the two. There's your difference, you see, between positive thinking and positive believing. See, positive thinking is an optimistic hope, not necessarily based on any facts that you can move mountains. And I have seen positive thinking move mountains. But I've also seen positive thinking permit people to get their teeth kicked in. Positive believing is the same optimistic hope, but this time with a reason for believing that you can move those mountains. Now, positive believers move an awful lot more mountains. The whole purpose of this is to change you from just positive thinking to positive believing by giving you the steps and procedures which will make a difference. As my friend whom I'll talk about later, Bernie Lofchick, likes to say, the need for growth is obvious because when you quit getting better, you'll soon stop being good. I believe that growth has got to be with us all of our lives. I really do. And so at this moment, let's take kind of a quick look at how we can generate some instant enthusiasm. How in our organization or in our own minds we can do something that will make a difference, not next week, not next month, not next year, but right now. When I introduced my book on selling, I was up in Columbus doing a tour. And it was a wonderful experience. I had 5 news interviews that day, and they were all magnificent. Now, why were they magnificent? They only asked the right questions. What's the right question? One I can answer. I mean, really, it was a great series. Had 3 autograph parties that day at bookstores, and people lined up by the blocks. Well, they lined up to buy my books. It was a salesman's dream. Had a wonderful day. About 10 o'clock that night, I got aboard an airplane, flew to Chicago, connected, and flew down to Houston. Got there at 2:30 a.m., and as I walked in the lobby of the hotel, it was instantly obvious to me that the room clerk had not had the same kind of day I had had. I was still hiring a kite, but she looked somewhat like the cruise director for the Titanic. I mean, maybe she had been drove hard and hung up wet. Somebody had licked all the red off of her candy. Well, now, you know, I don't have any idea what had happened to her. Maybe she had had some junk mail postage due, or some M&Ms had melted in her hand. Something bad had happened. So I walked up and I said, well, how you doing? She said, well, I think I'll make it. I said, I bet you're not only going to make it, I bet you're going to win. She said, well, you sure do feel good at 2:30 in the morning. I said, yeah, you know, when I woke up this morning, I knew I was ahead of the game. I said, you know, some people did not wake up this morning. She almost smiled. I mean, it is close. It is real close. Well, she said, I suppose that's the best way to look at it. I said, that's the only way to look at it. She said, well, have it your way, but fill out this registration slip. I filled out the registration slip, handed it to her, and she said, now I need a major credit card. So I reached in my wallet and I pulled out my card, which those of you who are seated on the front can clearly see is a major credit card. When she saw that, she just hollered. And what the rest of it says, good for one enthusiastic life from highly intelligent individuals with a keen sense of humor and a real zest for life, or one small frown from the real sourpusses of the world, I'll tell you. Next 10 minutes, we had a little revival there. I mean, we had a sales meeting to end all sales meetings. She says, you know, I am so glad that you came in. And she said, I hate to admit it, but I was suffering from a bad case of stinking thinking. I needed this little checkup from the neck up. And she said, you can't believe how much better I already feel. I really do, and thank you very much. But she said, unfortunately, I'm still going to have some other form of identification. So I turned my card over, and the other side clearly says some other form of identification. This certifies and verifies that the bearer is an honest, sincere, dedicated, hard-working, bill-paying, flag-waving, God-fearing, family-loving individual whom I unhesitatingly recommend for unlimited cash purchases. She got in the aisles. I mean, she literally got in the aisles. Now, let me ask you a question. How many of you believe she stood a better chance after I left of being raised or promoted or at least transferred to the day shift? Can I see your hand? No question about it, is there? How many of you believe that she was a better employee after I left than she was when I got there? Okay. Now, how much did I teach her about being a room clerk in a hotel in Houston, Texas? Not a thing. And yet she's infinitely better. But here's the bottom line. How many of you believe that not only was she a better employee, but that she has a better future? See, she's a better employee. But remember the oft-repeated statement, you can have everything in life you want if you'll just help enough other people get what they want. She's now in position to do that. Now, she would be better because her attitude is obviously better. But I didn't tell you the story to tell you the story. At least to tell you that her attitude was better. Anybody would know that. Why do I tell the story? It's why is her attitude better? Let me say it again. If you know how to do something and do it, you'll always have a job. But if you know why, you'll be in charge. Her attitude was better very simply because we changed the input in her mind. And when we change the input in her mind, we change the output in her life. Over and over, we keep saying the same thing. I do believe that repetition is the mother of learning. Yes, it can happen. I've seen it happen in a lot of different industries. For example, in 1986, the Indianapolis Colts had lost 13 consecutive games. They brought in a new coach named Ron Meyer. Zero changed. I mean, they had exactly the same players, but they won the last 3 games, and in 1987, they were in the playoffs. One man with a greater expectancy, a new attitude, new enthusiasm, injected it into the team, and the net result was rather dramatic. Now, let me emphasize something, though. If you only have enthusiasm, then eventually that's going to burn out. Somebody said enthusiasm's like running in the dark. You might get there, but you also might get killed on the way. Enthusiasm, however, if it has direction based on information and knowledge, enthusiasm can be the greatest thing on the face of this earth. It really can make a dramatic difference in your life. The statement, if you do not live the life you believe, you will believe the life you live, is far more than a cliche. Every action you take and every thought you put into your mind is going to have its effect. How many of you in this live audience would be honest enough to admit that in times gone past there have been those days when you hadn't developed real stinking thinking, but you did have a mild case of being down a little bit? Have you ever had a situation like that? Now, obviously, I'm not talking about depression, but you just were not having your best days. Has that ever happened to you? I suspect that it's happened to every human being alive. Well, let me give you a quick fix with such a thing. Now, it involves a little humor and having a little fun, but let's say you're a little down and somebody says, "How you doing?" Here's what I suggest that you do. I suggest that you look at your watch and you say, "Well, after 1:30, I'm going to be doing magnificently well." And they say, "Well, what happens at 1:30? Well, at 1:30, I'm going to develop the most amazing, beautiful attitude you've ever seen in your life. Man, I'm going to be feeling good at 1:30. Well, now what's going to happen? Oh, nothing special. I've just decided that at 1:30, I'm really going to be feeling good. I'm going to be up. I'm going to be enthusiastic. I'm going to be excited. Now wait a minute. Let me get this straight. You don't feel real good now, but at 1:30, that's 2.5 hours away. You're going to be feeling real good. That's exactly right. Well, now, let me ask you a question. If you're going to be feeling good at 1:30, why don't you go ahead and feel good now? Oh, no. I have worked hard for this misery. I deserve to have a little bit of it. And nobody's going to talk me out of it. I'm going to enjoy my misery until 1:30. But then, man alive, I'm going to enjoy being enthusiastic. Your friend might persist and say, "Well, now, do you have to stay on it until 1:30? You might compromise and say, "Well, tell you what I'll do. I'll move it up to 1 o'clock, but not a minute sooner, I have decided." Now, you might say, "Ziggler, that's the silliest thing I ever heard." And I agree with you. It is so silly. But I'll absolutely guarantee you that it absolutely will work. It is a way to develop instant enthusiasm. Next step to develop some instant enthusiasm, which is the key eventually to building that winning attitude, is reverse the way you get out of bed. Now, I don't mean get out of bed backwards, but you know how most people get out of bed? The opportunity clock sounds off in the morning, and they reach over there and they finally find the bell and they shut it off. Then they lay there for a second or two and they slap their face and say, "Oh, honey, is it time to get up already?" Seemed like we just lay down. Boy, we got to get to bed earlier tonight. Now, a lot of people start every day like that. But if you want to develop instant enthusiasm, if you have got to do something early in the morning and you want to be on your tiptoes when you do it, the next time that opportunity clock sounds off and you need that instant enthusiasm, just reach over and shut it off. I think that's important. Then you sit straight up in bed and you slap your hands and you say, "Oh, boy, it's a great day to get up and go get them." Now, I want you to get this picture. There you are on the side of your bed. You're slapping your hands like an 8-year-old. Your hair's all down in your face, and you're half missing your hand some of the time, and you're saying, "Oh, boy, it's a great day to get up and go get them." And I'll tell you, you'll never tell a bigger one than that one. But you are up. And that's where you wanted to be when you set the clock. Let me tell you something very significant. When the clock sounds off, you do not decide to get up. You decided that when you set the clock the night before. Now, when the clock sounds off, then you decide, how am I going to get up? Now you make the choice. Now, as you sit there on the side of the bed slapping your hand, let me remind you, you are where you wanted to be when you set the clock the night before. You are up. It also means that you are in control. Now, when you're there on the side of your bed, it's doubly beneficial if you're married, if you and your mate both do exactly the same thing. Then, if you've got a mirror in front of you so you can see how totally ridiculous you look, it is a one-act comedy in full living color, and I'll guarantee you cannot see it and not almost get hysterical. I mean, it is so funny. And you know what's the beautiful thing about it? You know who you'll be laughing at? Yourself, which is the first sign, really, of a good, healthy self-image. As long as you can laugh at you, it doesn't bother you when other people laugh at you. But let me emphasize a point. You're digging a lot deeper psychologically than you think you are. See, when you sow an action, you reap a habit. You sow a habit, you reap a character. You sow a character, you reap a destiny. Now, I might say, but Zig, I've got small children and they're sound asleep. Or my mate's going to be there sound asleep. And if I get up and start slapping my hands, man, you might see me in divorce court somewhere. Or she might have me, or he might have me confined from here on in. What do you do under circumstances like that? Answer is very simple. When you get up on the side of the bed, you, instead of slapping your hands and letting them meet, you make certain they miss. And then you give a silent cheer. I mean, you sit there on the bed, giving that silent cheer. You say, now, Zig, come on, man. Let me tell you something, friend. If you want to be laughing at yourself and develop instant enthusiasm, I'll absolutely guarantee you it works. You go in the bath and you take a shower, and you sing while you're taking the shower. Now, don't give me this baloney about you can't sing. Listen, Mitch Miller wrote me a personal letter asking me not even to bother to sing along with. So don't give me this routine, you know, about you can't sing. William James of Harvard said, you do not sing because you're happy. You are happy because you sing. That's right. And then, fellas, on your behalf, in case you're the one doing it, if you really want to get the day off right, when you go into breakfast, I know you've had bacon, eggs, and grits every day for the last 287 days. But today, when you sit down at the table, whatever it is, you slap your hands and you say, honey, I was hoping this is what we were going to have for breakfast today. Now, let me emphasize a point. I do not recommend this for everyday activities, but if you want to generate enthusiasm, remember, athletes warm up. When I play golf, I hit a few balls on the practice tee before I go to the course. What you're doing is you're warming up to go out there and do a better job that day. Psychologically, you're sound. William James said that if you want to change your life, you do it flamboyantly and you start immediately. On sound grounds is what we're talking about. How you get up in the morning determines, in many cases, how far you go up in life. Does something else, too. It will start you on the path of killing procrastination. So many times people just never do anything. They're going to do it tomorrow. Somebody once said, we do not stop working and playing because we grow old, but we grow old because we stop working and playing. This lets you have the fun. It lets you get that instant enthusiasm. Now, those are instant things that you can do. But if you want to develop permanent enthusiasm, something that you will depend on for here on in, there are some things that you can do that will make a dramatic difference. Let me ask you as a question in the live audience, and those of you listening to the recording, if you will, you answer the question to yourself. How many of you had anything to eat last month? Can I see your hands? How about last week? How about yesterday? Have any of you had anything to eat today? As a matter of fact, you know what we do? We make absolutely certain that we feed our stomach 3 times a day. It has been my observation that anytime anybody gets too busy and they miss a meal, listen, that is a monumental occasion. And they tell everybody within earshot, man, I was so busy yesterday, I didn't have time to eat lunch. I said I didn't have time to eat lunch, man. Pay attention. I mean, it is a big deal. They do a fast halo adjustment, you know, as they're in the process. Oh, am I ever dedicated to what I'm doing? I didn't have time to eat. Now, you ask the same people, when is the last time you fed your mind on the same regular basis? And they say, huh? You know, interesting fact, from the neck up, there's absolutely no limit to what you can accomplish. From the neck down, about $300 a week is the maximum we're capable of earning. And yet we feed the $300 a week part 3 times a day, and we do not feed the unlimited part except on rare occasions. Think about it, and it doesn't make any sense at all, does it? Wouldn't it be wonderful if our mind growled like our stomach does when it needs some food? Unfortunately, it does not. So we have to get on a schedule to do that. In your home, the odds are about 4,000 to 1. You got a bedroom in it. You got a bathroom in it. You got a kitchen in it. What you have done is provided for your physical needs. But what kind of room do you have in there to prepare for your mental and emotional needs? If it makes sense to take care of the physical, it makes even more sense to take care of the mental. Don't misunderstand. I've got a bedroom and a bathroom and a kitchen in my house too. But we also have a place to take care of the mental aspect and the spiritual aspect of our lives. Because if we feed this, we will have so much better chance of accomplishing the things in life. You know, interestingly enough, I've never met anybody who said, you know, I am so hungry, I am about to starve. I don't know what I can do about it. And there you are in the grocery store. Obviously, when we're physically hungry, we know that we ought to get something to eat. I've never yet had anybody say to me, Zig, I know you're so busy. Man, when on earth do you ever have time to eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner? They've never asked the question. They know it's on the schedule. But feeding the mind also needs to be on the schedule. The question comes up, does success make you positive or does positive make you successful? I've had people say, man, if I made $50,000 a year, $100,000 a year, I'd be enthusiastic too. Well, they got it backwards. If they were enthusiastic and had the right attitude, then chances are superb that the income would be there. Now, let me say it again, because sometimes somebody might only hear this one. There's a vast difference in standard of living and quality of life. See, I'm not talking about just standard of living. All the way through, I am talking about quality of life. I've known some people who made $1 million a year who were failures. I mean, absolute failures. And I know some who never made $10,000 in their entire lifetime, whom I consider to be very, very successful. I want to emphasize the reason I'm going to talk about feeding the mind so much is we learn things consciously, but we will never do them well until we learn to do them subconsciously or instinctively. How many of you, for example, remember when you learned how to drive? How many of you learned to drive in a car that has a clutch in it? Can I see your hand? You remember the experience, don't you? How you would give yourself instructions. Now you mash in the clutch. Now you shift the gear. Now you feed the accelerator. Now you let on the clutch. Look out, look out, look out. I mean, all of a sudden, it starts bucking and jumping, and you're a menace to society, weren't you? Then a few weeks later, you were able to push in the clutch, shift the gear, mash the accelerator, let on the clutch, roll down the window, wave at your neighbor, all at the same time, in complete safety, because you had moved it from the conscious to the subconscious. Attitude can be the same way. You can reach that point where you learn to instinctively respond to the negative by having enough of the mind food, which does make a difference. We did a little study on this, and the figures will change, and it'll vary from one section of the country to the other. But the average white-collar worker in our country invests about $200 a year dressing up the outside of his head. Now, that shaves, haircut, and gook for the guys. and that is beauty parlor treatments and cosmetics for the ladies. Now, this is a little disproportionate. The women will spend considerably more than the men. The average white-collar worker will spend about $2,000 a year on clothing. That's to buy the clothing, keep them neat, keep them clean, and keep them in repair. They understand that you cannot, or that it's difficult to climb the ladder of success dressed in the costume of failure. And so they invest that money in their appearance, and that is also important. The average person who drives 12,000 miles a year, who swaps automobiles every 3 years, and who uses a mid-sized car, will spend or invest a little over $4,000 a year in the car. That's to buy it, depreciate it, insure it, repair it, and gas and oil it. Now, what you've got with that investment is you've got a well-groomed worker, you have got a well-dressed worker, and you've got a mobile worker. Now, doesn't it make sense to then go ahead and invest in personal growth materials so you not only will know what to do when you get to your job, but you'll have the right attitude to do it better when you get there? Does that make any sense to you? That's what I'm talking about right here. You invest a few dollars so you'll know what to do and be inspired to do it when you get there, is really all I'm saying. Now, when do you feed your mind? You feed your mind while you're in your car. One of the greatest sources of education ought to be the automobile. I was a visiting scholar at the University of Southern California for 2 years. While there, I learned of a study they had done. They discovered that if you live in a metropolitan area and drive 12,000 miles a year, that in 3 years' time, in your car, you can acquire the equivalent of 2 years of college education while you are in your car. Many times people invest $10, $20, $30, even $40,000 in an automobile and then gripe and raise sand every time they have to drive across town in traffic. They rant and rave and fuss about it, when in reality, it's one of the greatest educational opportunities you will ever have. I'm going to make a statement, and you might think it's an exaggeration. I promise it is not. If I could not replace the cassette recorders, which I have, $100,000 cash would not buy them. I think that highly of them. I had rather have a 5-year-old compact automobile with a tape deck in it if I had to do my own driving, which I do, than a luxury car brand new without the tape deck in it and didn't have the privilege of getting a cassette player to take with me. I've never felt as strongly about anything from an educational, motivational point of view as I do about this particular thing. In your automobile, you can learn about time management, Chinese art, foreign language, people and money management skills. You can learn how to listen, to communicate, to set goals, to close sales. You can learn the Bible. You can learn to be a better husband, a better wife, a better father, a better mother. The list is absolutely endless as to what you can learn while you're in that automobile of yours. When the family is there, you can bring the family so much closer together. John Walker, psychiatrist from New Braunfels, Texas, was visiting with me when I spoke down in San Antonio. We had a chance to spend quite a few minutes together. John said that there are a couple of factors that are fringe benefits that come from this. If you've got the family together, then the whole family begins to share the same interest and the same goals. A fringe benefit also is the fact that so many of our youngsters today never hear really clear English being spoken. So much of the garbage on television and so much of the screaming in the music tapes, and they never really learn how to communicate because they never hear what is being said. And when you have a series of articulate speakers who express themselves well, not only do you get the benefit of the lesson they're teaching, but you get the benefit of the communication skills which go with it. Second step, in order to really grow on a steady basis, is to learn to read. Not only to learn to read, but to learn to love to read. I'll always be grateful to Mrs. Warren, Miss White, Miss Street, Miss Mosley, Miss Annie Ellis, because they taught me to read. But the one I remember the most is Mrs. Worley. The others played a role which is tremendously important in my life. Mrs. Warren particularly, my first grade teacher. But Mrs. Worley taught me to love to read. Most important thing as far as I am concerned. Did you know that if you will read 20 minutes a day, if you're an average reader, meaning if you read 220 words a minute, if you read 20 minutes a day at the end of the year, you will have read 20 200-page books, which is 19 more than the average American reads. Ladies and gentlemen, it can make a dramatic difference. If you're studying your company materials and information as it relates to your industry, if you are studying about personal growth and motivation, if you are picking up the things that can be used in your life, it will make such a dramatic difference in your life. There really is no excuse. If you can read at the 5th grade level, there is no excuse for not acquiring an absolutely brilliant education. One other thing, if you will do. If you will, in fact, learn one new word a day. Now, they've got vocabulary books down at the store. Our Reader's Digest every month has a list of words. It pays to increase your word power. If you will learn one new word a day, write it down on a 3x5 card, take that word, use it several times during the course of the day, get the pronunciation exactly right, write out the definition, use it several times that day. I can absolutely assure you that within 5 years, you can talk to just about anybody about just about anything. You really can. It's astonishing what it will do for you. Not because you've got a big vocabulary, but those words give you understanding of the subject that you'd be dealing with. And every word's got a couple of buddies, and those buddies have got buddies. International Paper Company several years ago ran a series of ads which proved, where they had documented the evidence, that your income and your vocabulary had direct correlations. Now, I keep talking about doing these things, and you say, where am I going to find the time? I am overworked at the moment. I'm going to go to my favorite whipping boy, the television, and suggest that you control your television viewing. Did you know that the latest figures show the average American family watches a little over 49 hours of television each week? Did you know that well over half the television we watch we have no interest in? That's right. We say, well, I'm going to watch The Cosby Show, which is a marvelous show. I saw it for the 3rd time the other night. It is a good program. I like it. I truly do. But we sit down to watch Cosby or some other show, and many shows are marvelous. We watch them, and then we say, well, I wonder what else is on. Then we say, I wonder what's on the other channel. Then we say, well, let's watch this. Next thing you know, we look at our watch, and it's 10 o'clock, time for the news. I can't believe I sat here for 4 hours and been watching all of this. Let me encourage you to do one simple thing. On Sunday afternoon, get the TV guide. Look at the programming for the week and decide then what really has interest and value for you. Mark it. Put it on your schedule. Watch it. And then shut the cotton-picking thing off. And do something with your family, or do something for yourself. It can make such a dramatic difference. You know, the amount of time I'm talking about here to read and to listen and to learn one new word a day. You know how much time I'm talking about? I'm talking about 30 minutes a day. And it'll make a dramatic difference in your life. Thank you very much. Thank you. A number of years ago, I was speaking up in the Northwest to the Northwestern Lumbermen's Association. What a monstrous group of men they were. Average about 6'3", average about 265 pounds, and I didn't see any fat around. I had been told in advance, Zig, tell them a lot of stories. They like a lot of jokes, they like a lot of humor, they like a lot of motivation. Tell them a lot of stories. About 10 minutes into the talk, a fella on about the 10th row stood right up in the middle of one of my stories. He said, Zig, he said, I want to tell you a story. Well, when they're 6'3" and weigh about 265 pounds and ask for permission to tell a story, I always grant it. So he said, I want you to meet my buddy Bill. He said, stand up, Bill. Little guy about 5'3" tall, stood up, skinny as a rail, looked at me like, you know, and he said, this is my buddy Bill. Said, old Bill come into camp one day here a few weeks ago, and he walked up to me and said, shake hands with your new tree topper. Now, he said, Zig, I don't know if you know what a tree topper does, but he's a fellow that climbs way up in the top of the tree and saws that top out. And said, then he hangs on for dear life. Said, it ain't no job for a boy, that's for sure. And so I looked at old Bill and I said, Bill, that's a job for a man. You're just a boy. And old Bill whooped his shirt off there, and he said, I'm a man. And he said, Zig, he is. Said, he's little, but he ain't nothing but one big muscle. He said, just give me a chance. Said, take me out in the woods, give me your axe, and show me a tree. Tell me how long it'd take your best man to put it on the ground, and I'll do it in half the length of time. If I don't, I won't even ask for the job. If I do, I want the job. And he said, shucks, Zig, I didn't have nothing to lose. So I said, you're on, partner. Went out there and I picked out a spruce tree, and he said, I didn't have a man in camp that could put it on the ground in less than 45 minutes. But when old Bill started swinging that axe, it was just like one steady stream of steel. I've never seen anything like it. And in 21 minutes flat, that tree was on the ground. And I looked at him and I said, Bill, where on earth did you learn how to cut down trees like that? And old Bill looked up at me with those steel blue eyes, and he said, I learned in the Sahara forest. The Sahara forest, Bill, the Sahara is a desert. He looked back at me with those steel blue eyes and he said, it is now. I'd say Bill was optimistic, positive, a positive believer, and he knew how to cut down trees. He was excited. And you know what I've discovered? I've discovered that the most excited people on this earth are those who are growing. As a matter of fact, in the business world, we have discovered that people invariably stay where they grow. Alan Bean is a man whom I'm privileged to know personally. Alan is one of the first men to walk on the moon. He was on the platform that circled the earth 59 days. He told me that the astronauts, who incidentally as a group had the best self-images, the most positive attitude, were the most goal-directed, were able to function in close confines with other people, all of the qualities. They were the most carefully selected people in the history of our country. He told me that on the way back and forth down at NASA every day, they were listening to motivational recordings. He told me that on the way to the moon and back, they were listening to motivational recordings. He told me that on the space platform going around there at 59 days, they were listening to motivational recordings. I'm delighted to be able to say that some of the recordings they were listening to were fantastic. You need to feed your mind. Wallace Johnson is now about 80 years old, one of the founders of Holiday Inn. Mr. Johnson told me that he reads at least 2 good books every month on motivation and listens to tapes every single day. Mary Kay Ash of Mary Kay Cosmetics told me that she never gets in her car unless she has a cassette in her hand which she can listen to while she is driving that automobile of hers. H.L. Hunt, worth several billion dollars at his death, listened every day until well after he was over 80 years old. How important is it? Let me share with you another story. Jim Giordano graduated from Harvard University in 1979. He then went back to medical school for 2 years and discovered that it was not for him. In July of 1981, broke and in debt, he was given a copy of See You at the Top. He devoured it. I mean, literally. He got sold on free enterprise and sold on the profession of marketing and selling. He applied for a job with Merrill Lynch. Took him 4 months to get the job. When he went there, he was hired as a helper at $300 a week. They told him it would take him 2 years to become a broker. In the meantime, several times each week, he was driving back and forth to Boston, 3.5 hours from where he lived, to see his girlfriend, who is now his wife. 3.5 hours up and 3.5 hours back. He never turned the radio on. He was feeding his mind with these cassettes. The net result is, because he devoured it, 8 months after he went to work, he became a broker. Today, Jim Giordano earns more money each month than any of his professors earn in a full year. He is now the managing director at age 29 of Blair & Company, the youngest manager of a stock brokerage firm on Wall Street, a very wealthy man. He had the education before, but the motivation and the direction, you see, is what makes such a dramatic difference. I'm going to share something with you now that hasn't even been published. I hope I can say it like it needs to be said. In my opinion, this is the most revolutionary bit of information that I have been privileged to share with anybody since I have been a speaker. Now, that covers an awful lot of territory. I have some close friends who are advisors. I never share anything until I've checked it out physiologically, psychologically, and theologically. I have a number of outstanding Americans who are advisors, and I simply call and ask to verify. One of the men that I speak with very frequently is named Forrest Tennant. Dr. Tennant is the drug consultant for the National Football League, for the Los Angeles Dodgers, for Abbott Laboratories, for the Justice Department, for Texaco, for NASCAR. When Howard Hughes and Elvis Presley died, they did the autopsies, sent them to Dr. Tennant for him to tell them what was there. I am talking about a man who is an authority. He has the largest staff of research assistants, the largest number of drug addicts that he deals with than anybody west of the United States. He's also an associate professor at UCLA. Dr. Tennant and I were visiting last week, and he's been doing a lot of studying of brain chemistry and the blood. The new techniques that he has developed, he can take a blood sample and identify the high achievers, the peak performers. A little over a year ago, he was with me at a seminar in Anaheim, California, took blood samples from a number of us, measured the endorphins before I spoke, then the endorphins after I spoke, and there was a dramatic, measurable increase in the endorphin content. In one case, it was over 200% as much. What he has discovered very recently is this. There are some factors that really make a difference. You can actually store in your system your competitive spirit. You can store endurance. You can store creativity. He has discovered that when you are motivated and stimulated, now this new information goes in the face of one thing that a lot of us have been saying. I have said that by exercising, you activate the pituitary gland, which flood the system with endorphins, which gives you more energy and more creativity. The new information is that endorphins give you more endurance. It's the dopamine and the norepinephrine which really does the motivation and the stimulation. Now, where do these come from? How do they enter the picture? How do you load up, you might say, on dopamine and norepinephrine? You load up on them by doing exactly what you're doing at this precise moment. That is, you listen to exciting, motivational material. By listening to cassettes and by listening to speakers, it emphatically, scientifically speaking, will make a dramatic difference in your productivity. And let me say it again, you can store competitive spirit, endurance, and creativity, which means that if you do this on a regular basis, that you can actually build up the reserves, just as you build up your reserves of muscles and wind and this sort of thing. You bet you I get excited when I get that kind of information. If you want to build a winning attitude, if you want to eliminate that stinking thinking, if you want to really bring that attitude under control, then these are the things that you want to do. I cannot tell you the number of times, it would be in the thousands over the years, where people have said to me, you know, when I get a little down, I always pick up a book or pick up a good cassette. And man, it really does give me a lift. That's good. They're designed to do that. But let me tell you something even more significant. The time to listen is when you're higher than a kite, when you're up. The reason is this. When you're down, sometimes you will be grabbing at straws, and you might grab the wrong straw. Sometimes also when you are down, you will reject the best ideas of all. When you're up, you will say, boy, now that really applies to me. Man, I can use that. Yeah, I can take that and put it to work. Now, hear me real good with this statement. What you learn on the tapes are secondary to the other benefit that comes with them. You know what they do? They stimulate and they activate. And the ideas you will get from the tapes are not nearly as significant as the ideas they will stimulate based on the knowledge and information you have already acquired. I talked about flying over the desert and how all they do is put some water there and now you've got a flourishing hillside or valley that raises crops. What I'm talking about is putting the water to the knowledge and information you already have. Now let's look at some other specific steps so that you can be up 90% of the time and on when you need to be. The first thing I want to talk about is you need to become a good finder. We teach a 3-day seminar called Born to Win here in Dallas. We encourage couples to come. It's not a marriage seminar, but we've seen it happen so many times. Husbands and wives walk in at each other's throats and leave in each other's arms because they learn about communications. See, a lot of people think when they take turns talking that they're communicating. And that's not necessarily the case at all. My good friend Calvert Robert says there are over 3 billion people on the face of this earth who go to bed hungry every night. But he said there are over 4 billion people on the face of this earth who go to bed hungry every night for an honest word of appreciation and affection and love. Wouldn't it be tragic if your wife or your husband or your son or your daughter or your mom or your dad or your brother or your sister were one of those people? It can mean so much. You see, you can have everything in life you want if you'll just help enough other people get what they want. If you really want to be up in life, look for the good in other things and other people on a daily basis. And when you find it, tell them about it. Let them know. Step number 2, if you want to really be up, you need to change the way you greet people. Whether it's in person or whether it's on the telephone, change the way you greet people. You know, most people do not really know how to greet each other, whether it's in person or on the phone. And if you don't believe this, I challenge you and one of your buddies to get together. Look up the numbers of 10 different businesses and y'all swap numbers. So you'll have no idea about who you're calling. Dial those 10 numbers and I'll bet you $9 to a nickel, which is my favorite non-bet, that you will be unable to identify 7 out of the 10. They snatch the phone off the hook as if it were an intrusion. What do you mean, dial this number? We wouldn't bothering you. You're a company. And you have no more idea than a goat who you have called. I challenge you. Now, most of you in the live audience have done this, but wherever you are, I challenge you to call us right here in Dallas, Texas, 214-233-9191. We got a watch number, but it'll do you more good. Spend your own dollar. Call us here in Dallas for some free motivation. Our lady will pick up the telephone and she will say, "Good morning." And you know it is a good morning. Then she makes a motivational speech. Not as long as the ones I make by any stretch of imagination, but she makes a motivational speech. She says, "It's a great day." People often ask me, "Zigglar, is it always a great day?" It sure is. And if you don't believe it, you just try missing one of them. It's a great day. Then she identifies the company at ZigZiglar's. This is Shirley. Total of 12 words. It saves a dramatic amount of time. If you are in any business involving service, I'll absolutely guarantee you that if you will start answering your telephone in that spirit with that kind of an attitude and some of those words, you will dramatically reduce not only the number of complaints, but the tone of the complaints. There's a manufacturer's rep group up just outside of Chicago named Hockfield and Associates. They do a big business. They're always looking for new products to offer their client. Recently, they were in competition to distribute this one very significant product. 4 other manufacturers' reps also were in competition, and the manufacturer had looked at all 5 companies, and it literally was a toss-up. Everything looked good about all of them. They gave it to Hockfield and Associates for one simple reason. It was because of the way they answered the telephone. Now, when we are at home, and I stress this is when I'm at home, I answer the telephone altogether differently. I will literally, on many occasions, pick up the telephone singing, "Oh, good morning to you." Now, I'll be the first to admit sometimes there's a long pause. Then I sing them another little ditty. "If you don't speak up, I'm going to hang up." And a lot of times they'll say, "Who is this?" And I'll say, "Whoever you want." "Who do you want?" Many times they say, "Man, you sure do feel good today." And I say, "Yes, many years ago I decided I was going to feel good today." Good friend of mine, before his tragic death, a brilliant young psychiatrist, John Kozak from Dunedin, Florida, says 90% of the way you feel is determined by the decision you make as to how you want to feel and how you expect to feel. He says 51 diseases are psychosomatic in origin. And answering that phone that way simply claims the way that you want to be and feel. Now you might say, "Zigglar, why do you go through all of that routine about answering the telephone that way?" Well, there's several reasons. First of all, it makes me feel better. It'll make you feel better. It will get you ready, and it will take that first step of getting you up. The second reason I do it is I believe it's a marvelous example. You know, so many of our young people today are so laid back, they laid out. I mean, they are cool, if you know what I mean. Men don't display any enthusiasm. That's too corny. And if they see old dad and mom answering the phone with enthusiasm, it's a marvelous lesson for them. Let me tell you what we learned many years ago. We learned that kids go where there's excitement. They stay where there's love. We learned that kids are starved for affection and intimacy. And if they don't get it, they turn to sexual relationships and drugs. A lot of our children's friends, when they heard that telephone being answered, many of them decided they want to come up there and find out what's going on in that house. And to be honest, I would prefer to have 17 kids in my den and me know everything going on than to have my child in somebody else's den and me have no idea what is going on. Answer the telephone with some zest and enthusiasm. It can make a difference. Greet people enthusiastically in person. You know, you greet the average person, you say, "How you doing?" And they'll say, "Not too bad." "How you doing?" "Fine, so far." "How you doing?" "Good, since it's Friday." And as my good friend Roy Hatton says, don't you love it when they pull themselves up to their full height and say, "Well, under the circumstances." I mean, it makes you wonder what they're doing under there in the first place, doesn't it? Now, instead of that, the next time somebody asks you how you're doing, instead of that old negative baloney, why don't you just rear back and tell them the truth? Why don't you say, super good, but I'll get better? Or outstanding, but I'm improving. You might say, but now wait a minute, Zig, suppose I don't really feel that way. Am I telling the truth? Of course you're telling the truth. You're just telling it in advance, that's all. I'm going to give you one sentence worth the whole price of the tapes. One sentence. The sentence simply is this: logic will not change an emotion, but action will. See, a lot of people say, well, I'll do it when I feel motivated to do it. You got it backwards. You do it, and then you'll feel motivated to do it. The qualities we identified that you have earlier, you see, of responsibility and dependability. A responsible, dependable person doesn't wait until he feels like doing his job. He does it, and then he'll feel like doing it. That's what I'm saying. Greet people enthusiastically. You might say, well, Jake, where does this lead to on occasion? I well remember one hot August day several years ago. We'd had temperature way over 100 degrees for a number of consecutive days. Good buddy of mine and I were walking down the cafeteria line. Now, I love to eat in cafeterias because I can pick out exactly what I want. And I adopted a policy several years ago when my youngest daughter was 16 years old. The only job she could get was in a cafeteria. I learned then what a thankless, difficult job that is for those girls on that serving line. And I promised myself that I never again would walk down a cafeteria line unless I said something cheerful and optimistic and friendly to every person on that line. I will remember that August day, so hot. Buddy was with me. The serving line was open, but we were the only customers there except the one person in front of us. He apparently had gone to the same school I had because he was saying nice things to the ladies. He did good until he got to the meat department, and he made the mistake of saying something about the day. Now, you know, some people perspire and some people sweat. When he said something about the day, the lady cutting the meat reached up and wiped her forehead. She slung it on the ground or the floor, and she said, yes, it has been one of those days. Now, you got to understand, she was not talking to me, but she is in my city talking about the only day we've got. And I've got a reputation I've got to uphold. Naturally, I cannot let this go unchallenged. So I stick my big nose there and I said, yes, it is absolutely magnificent. She looked at me in utter contempt and said, you have been out in the sun too long. I said, no, ma'am, I just got back from overseas. And I have seen conditions that would absolutely turn your stomach. I've seen indescribable poverty. I have seen men and women without any food to eat, children without any clothes to wear. I've seen conditions that are so appalling that you couldn't stand it more than a brief period of time. And then I look at you. You're young, you're pretty, you're healthy, you're working, you're in America. And if you buy into this American dream, you can start today right where you are on this very job and become the best of anybody here. And you can move up, and someday you can be the manager of this very place you're cutting meat for today. And if you really buy into the American dream and really give it your all, who can say but what someday some business people might come along and say, here's a person who, if she just had the money, could really run a place like this for us and make you a shareholder and owner in the business. That's America. I knew she was grateful for what I'd done. I knew that she'd be most appreciative of the fact that I'd taken my valuable time and that I had given her such magnificent words of wisdom that would send her propelling toward the top. And I knew she wanted to thank me and thank me profusely. But for fear she might need just a little nudge, I decided to give her a little lead in. So I said, now you feel lots better, don't you? She said, "You are sick." Well, you win some, you lose some, and some are rained out. That's about the way it goes. I walked on down to the end of the aisle, got the rest of my food. My buddy and I sat down. We were having our lunch. We drank our tea, and a lady had to have been 65 years old. She might have been 70 or even 75, but she had a twinkle in her eyes that was absolutely magnificent. She came to bring me the tea, the refill, and I said, "Well, how you doing?" She did a little half step backwards. She said, "Honey," said, "if it is any better, I'd think the deck was stacked." I said, "Well, why don't you go tell those ladies on the serving line that..." She threw up her hands in mock horror, and she said, "Oh, no, no, no. If I fool around with those girls very much, I'd end up being just like they are." Don't know where she learned her psychology, but she's absolutely right. Step number 3, if you want to be up 90% of the time and on when you need to be, you need to establish some symbols. On every street corner, it seems, in America, we have them. Some people call them red lights. Some people call them stoplights. Some people call them traffic lights. Honest people call them go lights. They are put there for the purpose of making traffic go. And if you don't believe that, you tell me what happens when one of them's cut off. Traffic stops. Now, if they're really go lights, we need to be honest and call them that. Now, let me ask you a question. How many of you have ever pulled up to one of those go lights? You're going to spend 27 hours a year waiting on the right color to come along. And you're there, and you're all enthusiastic. You're highly motivated. You're listening to your ZigZigglar tapes. And as you sit there, you look out the side of your eye, and you can't believe it. Here sits a dude over there, and he, too's waiting on the light. But he's got a good firm grip on the steering wheel. I mean, he doesn't want that car to go anywhere. Then he fixes his mouth just right in case he has to talk to that thing. Then you can't believe it. He's got his foot on the accelerator. He's racing the engine, trying to change the color of the light. How many of you have actually seen some dodo sit there and race the car motor trying to change the color of the light? Can I see your head? Now, folks, I hate to be negative. Matter of fact, I won't be negative. I'll be like a little boy that came home from school one day and said, "Dad, I'm afraid I flunked that arithmetic test." His dad said, "Son, that's negative. Be positive." He said, "Dad, I'm positive I flunked that arithmetic test." I'm absolutely positive that racing that car motor is not going to change the color of the light. My good friend Bernie Loftic, the most positive human being on earth, I do believe, is so positive he's never had a cold. Occasionally he has a warm. So positive that he won't even talk about the weekend. He says that's negative. He calls it the strong end. He might say, "Now, Ziggler, now wait a minute. Daggone, you're fast-talking, cotton-picking high. You're talking about warms and go lights and strong ends. Is all of that necessary?" "No, you can be mediocre without it." Mediocre? Who's that dude think he's talking to? I know who I'm talking to. Some of you are extraordinarily wealthy people who will be listening to this. Millions of dollars you have. Who's that dude think he's talking to? "I'm worth $17 million. Mediocre? Well, I've got my PhD. Mediocre? I'm the president and founder of my own company. We do $100 million worth of business a year. Mediocre? I was #1 in the region last year and the year before and the year before that. Well, bully for you." I still say mediocre. Success is not measured by how you do compared to how somebody else does. You might be 10 times as smart. Success is measured by how you do compared to what you could have done with what God gave you. See, I'm not talking about beating anybody. I'm talking about you being #1. And I honestly believe you can be #1. Now, I don't believe you can be the biggest and the fastest and the strongest and the smartest. I don't believe that. I don't believe everybody can be that. But I believe you can be #1. And you are #1 when you get up each morning and say, "Today, I'm going to give it my best shot. And if at the end of the day you can look in the mirror and say, today I gave it my best shot, you're number one. Step number 3, the next time somebody says, how do you get from here to there? You look at them and you smile and you say, you go down to the first go light and turn left. When you say go light, guaranteed you will smile in spite of yourself. You can't say go light with a straight face. And when you say it, you will be right back into the recording. You'll be right back in this live audience. It will trigger your imagination because the mind is an associating machine. Step number 4, set your gyroscope. I watched Candid Camera a number of years ago. Some of you might be old enough to remember that. I well remember the night Dorothy Collins, I believe it was on. She was one of the singers, you know, that used to appear on Saturday night. She had a gyroscope in a suitcase, and the gyroscope was set to go straight ahead. And she was standing in the hallway of this office building, and some unsuspecting male would come walking down the corridor, and Dorothy would say, sir, would you mind taking my suitcase in my office? It's too heavy for me. Well, the guy would always grin and say, well, I'll be pleased to. He'd reach down and pick it up, and it was heavy. And he'd start walking down the hallway, and he tried to turn left. And he can turn left all he wants to. But that suitcase is going to keep going straight ahead because that's the way the gyroscope is set. Now, I mention this because, you see, there are gyroscopes in all creatures. But the difference is this. You take a duck, a young duck. When winter approaches, whether there are any other ducks around or not, it's going to fly south. Take a squirrel, a young squirrel. And before it ever survives the first winter, if there were no other squirrels around, it would be storing nuts, getting ready for the winter. See, their gyroscope is built in. It's the law of self-preservation. That's the instinct which they were granted. You go to the lake shore, and you'll see 1,000 sailboats down there, and they're sailing in 1,000 different directions, or 360 different directions, and the wind is only blowing in one. But the difference is, on the sailing boat, there is a human being, and the human being has set the sails. And it is the set of the sail that determines the direction of the boat. As human beings, we can go up or we can go down. We can go left or we can go right. But we have the privilege, really, of setting our own gyroscopes. Make that choice and set yours. One simple little thing when you're talking on the phone. I don't know how you are, but have you ever seen anybody that get involved in an extended phone conversation and they start drawing little circles? Then they put a square in the circle, then they put a triangle in the square in the circle, and then they start shading it, and then they start really getting fancy with it. We call it doodling, don't we? Now, what's the going price of doodles in Dallas today? Does anybody know? By and large, there's a fairly limited market, is it not? Well, instead of doing that, the next time you're involved in a little conversation, why not just sit there and write, I can. Burn it into your mind and write down what your objective is. Now, this next one, step number 5, to build a winning attitude, might be the toughest of all. And it certainly is the most dangerous. 4 Christmases ago, I received a Christmas card, which was 8.5 by 11. There's only one line of message on it, but the gentleman had written me a very lengthy letter in minute handwriting. I had to work to read it. The gist of it was, he said, you know, when you and I had our differences all of those years ago, 2 of them, I felt that you were 100% wrong and I was 100% right. But over the years, I have come to realize that it is I who was wrong, it is you who were right. And I wanted, after all of these years, to simply set the record straight so that there would be nothing between us, there'd be no problem, and I want to confess to you that I was wrong and ask you to forgive me for what I did. And he signed his name. I'm so grateful that he wrote. I desperately wish he'd left his address. The postmark was blurred. I could not even identify the town he was from. I searched my memory bank at length. I looked at my mailing list. I could not trigger any thought anywhere in my mind that would bring it to mind as to who he was or what he was even talking about. Total 100% blank. And yet I am so grateful that he wrote. I'm grateful that he wrote because it frees him. You see, he no longer has to carry a burden around of any kind of guilt, whether it was real or whether it was imagined. The greatest thing you can do for your attitude is if you have someone who really has done you dirt, done you wrong. I'm talking about the gamut of things, regardless of how serious it is, involving abuse of you when you were a child, incest, physical beatings, stealing from you, beating you, whatever it was. I'm going to ask you to look at forgiving that person. That might be impossible. The hurt might be too deep. You might need help. I encourage you to go get counseling so that you can forgive that person. Now, why is that dangerous? When you forgive somebody else, what happens is this: you then accept the responsibility for your own future. You no longer are going to be able to blame anybody else. You are saying, I accept the responsibility. The load will be so much lighter, however, that you will be able to soar to heights and do things so much more easily and so much better. You cannot imagine what a relief it would be. Forgive that other person, and then forgive yourself. Particularly in the case of abuse, particularly in the case of incest or sexual abuse. The most damaging thing that can ever happen to a child is that. And if you have any feelings of guilt, it is only because the perpetrator planted those feelings of guilt in your mind. As a child, you're completely innocent. There was nothing you could have done to have prevented it. There's nothing you could have done to have stopped it. Forgive yourself. And if you cannot forgive yourself, again, get that counseling. You cannot believe, again, the number of letters we've gotten and the number of people who have come to me and said it makes such a difference. You've got everything to gain by doing this. Forgive those others. Step number 6, if you want to be up 90% of the time and on when you need to be, really begins with a question. Is there anyone here in this live audience who has a racehorse worth in excess of $1 million? Well, I don't see any hands going up on this one, so the next question is this. If you did have a racehorse worth $1 million, would you keep him up half the night, letting him drink coffee and booze and smoke cigarettes and eat junk food? What about a $10 dog? $5 cat? You know what the truth is? You would not dream of treating a $5 cat like you treat a $1 billion body. Now, obviously, step number 6, as I lead into it, I want to talk about your physical conditioning. The longer I live, the more studying I do, the more research which is done on the subject, the clearer it becomes that your physical and your mental and your spiritual are all closely interwoven. You cannot separate them. So I want to talk a little bit about the physical aspect of building a winning attitude, taking care of your health. Now, let me confess that I am just a little bit warped on this subject, too. And the reason is because I have so much energy. I feel so much better than I did before I got on an exercise program. But there are some basic things that you need to do in order to take care of your health. First of all, and this is probably going to surprise some of you, you need to get enough sleep. Dr. Forrest Tennant says this: sleep is the only time that your brain can manufacture certain chemicals that your body absolutely must have to stay in balance. Now, what is enough sleep? I don't know what it is for you. For me, it's almost exactly 8 hours. Some people get by beautifully on a lot less than that. But if you have to fight your way awake and fight your way out of the bed in the morning, the chances are pretty good that you're not getting enough sleep. Number 2, you should eat a well-balanced diet. Now, I love Dr. Ken Cooper. His book, The Aerobics Program to Total Fitness, deals with both diet and exercise. It gives you the information you need. A lot of times people talk about vitamins. My doctor says to me that I do not need vitamins. He says that if you eat a well-balanced diet, you get the minimum daily requirements. But I have never been interested in minimum daily requirements. I've always been interested in maximum daily performance. And so for a number of years, as an insurance policy, I have always used a natural food supplement. I believe that it makes a difference. I do know that it does give me that insurance and makes me feel better that I am doing what I ought to be doing to take care of my health. The next step is you need to get on a sensible exercise program. Now, what's a sensible exercise program? That will vary enormously. An exercise program for a 15-year-old is obviously going to be different from one who's 80 years old. But if you're over 30 or over 20 pounds overweight, you should get a physical and the direction of a skilled physician. It can definitely make a difference. Now, what exercise? Again, that might be a matter of choice. The vast majority of doctors today believe that a good brisk walk is maybe the best overall, most sensible exercise program people can get on. Requires very little special equipment. A good pair of shoes is all that you need. You can do it almost any kind of weather under just about any kind of circumstances. A lot of people like to jump up and down on the rebounders. Other people like to ride the stationary bicycles or the bicycles on the street. The key is to get the heartbeat up at least 20 minutes, at least 4 times a week, and it does make a tremendous amount of difference. The next part of the physical activity is avoid the poisons. To take care of your physical health, we need to avoid the poisons. Now, I want to talk primarily about smoking and drinking. 90% of those who have drinking problems deny they have the problem. You've seen some of the studies which they've recently released, which says that if you will take a drink or 2 a day, that you have less chance of dying of a heart attack or having a heart attack. How many of you have seen that particular study? Done by the liquor industry. And it's valid. It really is. You do have less chance of dying of a heart attack or having a heart attack if you will take a drink a day. But now what they didn't do was tell you the rest of the story. I'd like to share the rest of the story. If you drink 15 ounces a month for 12 years, your chances of having a stroke are doubled. If you drink 30 ounces a month, 1 ounce a day, about a drink a day, for 12 years, your chances of having a stroke are tripled. The rest of the story is even worse. 1 person out of 7 who takes a drink every day will end up with a drinking problem. Truth is, if you take a drink a day, you're going to die a lot sooner. Not of a heart attack maybe, but you'll be just as dead regardless of how you die. The only thing I'm asking you, is it worth the risk? That's the choice that you have to make. What about smoking? This year, 350,000 people will die from smoking. We know that when you light up a cigarette, you've decided to die 14 minutes earlier. The question I ask of you is, do you really want to make that decision? To have optimum health, we need to eliminate the drinking and the smoking and the illegal drugs. Those are things that do make a difference. To build a winning attitude, let me say it again, you need to take care of your health. That's step number 6. Step number 7 is probably going to surprise some of you, but you need to take time to be quiet. Now, I say that's probably going to surprise some of you because apparently, based on this recording and all the other recordings, I'm personally not a very quiet person. And yet I'm saying to you, you need to take time to be quiet. In America, we go to bed a little too late and we sleep a little too late. The average person, when that opportunity clock sounds off in the morning, they'll hop out of bed at the crack of that opportunity clock. They'll run into the bathroom, brush their teeth very quickly, make a mad dash toward the kitchen. They'll bang on the kids' door as they go by. Okay, kids, get up. It's time to go to school. We don't want to be late again today. They go into the kitchen. They plug in the coffee maker and the toaster. They come back down the hallway, and again they bang on the kids' door. All right, not going to tell you again. They rush back in, shave, apply the makeup, get dressed. They plop the kids down in the living room in front of the television set with a bowl of cereal, running their mind and their body all at the same time. They gulp their breakfast down. They get in their car, and woe be unto that individual who dares to get in front of them in that traffic, and they fight their way down. They dump the kids out of school. They go down to the job. It's busy, busy all day, and then they rush back home and follow the same procedure again so they can sit there for 3 or 4 hours of television. Now, folks, the human system is not built for that kind of life. It really isn't. We need to get up a few minutes earlier. It is amazing how much better your day will be if you will get up a little earlier, have a more relaxed style of getting dressed and shaving and applying makeup and having your breakfast. 30 more minutes will make a dramatic difference. 2 or 3 or 4 times a week, you should get up a little early or in the late afternoon or evening and get off in an isolated, quiet spot. And you need to be very quiet. You need to think. You need to pray. You need to plan. You need to get ready for the day. I cannot begin to tell you how much more I get done since I have started on a daily basis getting up a little earlier and having my quiet time. It makes a dramatic difference in the day. Regardless of how late I get to bed at night, I still want to start my day in the proper way. It does make a difference. Take quiet walks from time to time, not athletic walks. Now, I'm talking about a slow, quiet one. When you do, you will recharge those batteries. It does make a difference. Step number 8, take time for those whom you love. Dr. Herb True is a good friend of mine. He's a professor at Notre Dame University. He's a psychologist. Dr. True said something in one of his recordings a few years ago that really set me to thinking. He says that regularly we should close our eyes and visualize that everyone whom we love were suddenly, totally, and completely taken out of our lives forever. He said, when you think about that for a moment, how would that make you feel? In addition to the grief which would go with such a calamity, would you also have those feelings, you know, if I had only known, I would have spent more time with this person. Oh, Dad, if you just told me that Mom was really that low. Or, Mom, if you'd told me that Dad was not feeling well. How many of those thoughts would we have? Take time for those you love. Step number 9, if you really want to be up, if you really want to make these principles work, you need to teach them to somebody else. You've heard it all of your life. The teacher learns far more than the student. Now, who do you teach it to? Well, you share these ideas. You don't necessarily sit them down and say, now pay attention. Here's the first thing, and here's the second thing, and here's the third thing. But in conversation around the coffee table, share it with your fellow workers. When you're on the workbench together, share some of the ideas and concepts with them. Share it with your mate. Share it with your children. Teach other people what these ideas are all about. And as you share them, they will become more and more meaningful to you. Take each one of the tapes, and I really challenge you to do this. Take each one of the tapes, listen to it, and then when it's all over, write down as much as you can possibly remember. Then listen again and notice how much was left out. When you start teaching to others, you will be remembering more and more. And until you can teach it, you really don't know it as well as you should. If you want to stay up 90% of the time and on when you need to be, if you will be teaching somebody else, it'll be an enormous help. Now, let me emphasize something. When you start doing the things that we've been talking about, When you start doing ridiculous things like telling people, well, at 1:30 I'm going to be feeling good. When you start talking about go lights in life, when you start feeding your mind on a regular basis, when you start greeting people with super good but I'll get better, or outstanding but I am improving, when you start looking for the good in every person in every situation, there are going to be a lot of people who are going to look at you and they're going to wonder what is going on. They're going to say, well, that guy or that gal is different, and I'll guarantee you they'll be 100% right. You'll be so different. You'll be one of the 5 people in life who will be getting the things that you want instead of having to want the things that you have. There are going to be some people who are going to criticize you when you do this sort of thing. But let me remind you, since the beginning of time, nobody has ever erected a statue to a critic. So apparently they don't stand in such high regard. There are going to be some people who are even going to laugh at you. But remember, the little world laughed, but the big world gathered on the banks of the Hudson to watch Fulton's steamboat go steaming by. The little world laughed, but the big world was tuned in when Alexander Graham Bell made that first phone call that changed our communications perspective forever and ever. There are a lot of people who are going to laugh when you start out on your journey. But please understand, it's always the big world who's going to be standing by cheering you as you cross the finish line that they said you'd never make. And best of all, just remember, what you get by reaching your destination is not nearly as important as what you will become by reaching your destination. You will have become the winner you were born to be. Take these steps, follow these procedures, do these things, because if you do, I'll see you, and yes, I really do mean you, at the top. Thank you so much. Thank you.